of invert Nokia phones. Oh yeah, those things were ridiculous. All right, so we're gonna be picking up where we left off in Vintage Story. I have turned on the B mod thing I talked about the other day. It just makes the bees a little bit louder. And then there's apparently a graphic already in the game files of a bee, and it just makes occasionally bees will leave the hive during the summer, like during the seasons are active. Because that's holding us up. And it's just kind of one of those things that I usually have to make my other sounds too loud to make the bees really noticeable. Specifically, the ting 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 of the hellhammer gets pretty obnoxiously loud. Nobody can kill consumers' loyalty like big business. Yup. Good old shareholders. Destroying one company at a time. Alright, so where we left off last time, we have been wandering the world, desperately seeking Borax. And we've gotten a couple pins with, like, minuscule, but the problem we're running into is almost all of these places we're going don't even have the ability to have Borax. Which has been a real big pain in the butt. While we're here, we are slowly freezing to death. Let's go pop into the hole down here so it doesn't get snowed on and go out. Okay. So warm up for a minute. Okay, Darth. A spit of shirt, yeah. Like, we got down here, and we had shirt down here that shows a little bit of Borax. Like, we switched to... There we go. That was weird. As we switched to Borax, we had a tiny little bit of chert up here, but never got high enough to be helpful. We got a tiny little spot there. We got a couple of spots down here, but, like, we've really been suffering. For some reason that corner's being weird with the map and being able to, That's so weird. Okay. Oh, I think it might be the little clock there disappearing behind it. Alright. So we're about as warmed up as we're gonna get. We got another island to the north. Because right now we're just kind of island hopping. Desperately trying to, You think Darth's try? Yeah, no, I'm aware. I'm aware of Luxray. Probably space engineers. I was not even the shareholders, big business fosters internal cultures. Genuinely baffle me because they should not exist considering the normal companies offer us in general. Yeah, and I would definitely say those shareholders are a big part of it. Because there's a lot of times you look at a company, a lot of discussions aren't even like, how can we make this product better for our customers? Like, you end up getting a lot of being like, okay, but how do we make more money doing this? Or what is the monetization around? And you need to have some of that, certainly. But it's definitely one of those things, like, you'll have a company that's making hand-over-fist money. You go, well, we need to increase our profits. Okay, well, I can't come up with a new idea to make money. How about we take the thing we're already doing? Is there a way we can get more money out of it, kind of thing? It ends up being a whole, like, reoccurring issue. The infinite growth problem. Alright, well, this whole island will fit on one pin. So I'm going to go to the east side. Yeah, like, don't get me wrong, you have some companies that are just mismanaged. I'm not trying to dismiss that. You have CEOs and all that who just really don't understand the customer base. Da 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 da, we don't need to worry. We have found Borax, and not even the actual, like, not even a pin. We just straight up found Borax. Well, that's convenient. And here I was like, man, I really hope we don't spend the whole stream just trying to locate the Borax. Well, that's not really what I was hoping for, but okay. So we had minuscule amounts, but we did find a single piece of borax right here. So if we dig down here, we can hopefully make this happen. We get native copper. So I picked up literally right there. It still says just minuscule, so we're not expecting a lot. But we have been crossing this whole planet looking for any borax. Large amounts of borax nearby. And there it is. What's that needed for? You can use it for both leatherworking and steel production. I don't need it for the leatherworking production, but I do need it for steel. Because, for example, you can use it to fuse certain things together. So, for example, I have my iron anvil. To fuse the top half and the bottom half of the iron anvil together, I need borax powder. You also use it in the actual steel ingot production, where you make kind of, it's sort of a coffin, you put the iron and the charcoal in, and then you would then fuse the lid closed and then cook the whole thing. So it's kind of like a high temperature sealant, sort of ish. I'm sure someone can actually look up like the real life applications for it and how it works, which I don't know. Yeah, no, it was like literally we went, and the first place we went, I went to go up to the island, and I was like, oh, I'll go between the, like, the thought process was, I pulled up here and I was like, oh, I'll go between the islands and put a pin here to see if borax could be anywhere nearby. And when I pulled up, I saw what looked like quartz. I'm like, okay, that could be borax. And we just found a chunk of borax just sitting on the surface, which means there's a vein directly below it. Now, this is an area that when we did the survey, it said minuscule amounts. But, you know, I'm certainly not going to complain about it. And I'm taking the whole vein. With the minuscule amounts, I would suspect that this vein is all that's here. Greedy Bugger taking everything. This place is so far from home. I do not want to make this voyage again. Yeah, no, generally speaking, the deeper you go, the faster your temporal distortion goes bad. There's a little bit more to it. There's like areas that just naturally one place will have a higher temporal distortion than another. Let's see. In regards to metalworking, you believe it's used as a flux to stop oxidation when joining metals. That sounds right. Which I guess technically flux wouldn't be a binding agent per se. You use flux heavily in soldering, and it's a thing about like making the metals, you know, flow and behave correctly. Because you can solder. This will be interesting. There's candy deep underground? I mean, to be fair, the yields you get underground feels like it. That's probably the reason it's not a bigger vein, is it's just up against the shore. Yeah, I think that's exactly as the vein probably would have been bigger, but because it's right up against the shore, it's just kind of got cut off. Okay. So still trace them out, so clean this out. Okay, do we see any more borax plainly visible? We do not. We'll start with a little tippity tap over here. No ore nearby. Little tippity tap over there. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? Small amounts of native copper. Tippy tap down there. No ore nearby. Tippy tap, I already see the copper. Okay, so we got borax on this side somewhere. I'm doing good. Okay. There we go. Found our block over there. Just came in to say hello? Well, thank you. I appreciate the hello. So we do apparently have a trace amount of copper. We did find a piece in the ceiling here. Figured that was coming. Okay. Yeah, it looks like the copper here is like very trace amounts of copper. Alright, let's start making ourselves a little stairway to get up higher. Eat some pie before we start whining about being hungry. Grab our next pie. Get it cut up. Because I'm not specifically looking for copper, but I've literally hit a copper vein. Now we can sweat too much. Oh, that's sand. Okay. Alright, let's see if it says any more copper. Nowhere nearby. Okay. Alright, so we got the borax. I can't seem to move all of a sudden. There we go. So one thing I have been curious is if I take the time to do this. Yes, it still showed minuscule. Alright, so let's go here. Delete those pins. Delete that pin. And we will add a mark here for the cave. But we got ourselves a stack and a half of borax and about a quarter of a stack of the other stuff. I'm going to take 2 seconds real fast. We are going to go ahead and survey this island. But after that, we're taking the borax home. So we'll survey the other end of this island, and we'll check the... Okay, I wasn't planning on taking that up here, but that's fine. He's right in front of me. I'm not going to say no. So 1, 2, yep, so still minuscule amounts of borax in the area. Okay, so we got lucky that we found like 1 unit of borax up on the surface there. Because with the minuscule, I probably would have just traveled on. One, 2. Same deal, minuscule amounts. I'll go over here and mark this one. One. Two. Still minuscule amounts. Hey there, little rabbit. You enjoy your heart attack. There's 1. 2. And minuscule amounts. It's fine. And just because I can, I'm going to go ahead and do a survey there. Nope. Okay, so we check our paths. Then go a little bit wide this way. That way we can, you know, explore this area. So there's more islands, we can find them on the way by. We are gradually heading home now. We got our borax, that's what we came out for. And, well, it's not a tremendous amount of borax. A stack and a half is enough to get us into steel. I'm just not going to use any of it for leather working, which is fine because I've got lime. Yeah, so we got about one screen to the east, and then just cut south. We can reveal that whole area. And unfortunately, we got quite a journey. Because I want to say we're around 1,000 is home. No, we're about zero's home. So unfortunately, I got a journey of about 6,000 tiles they have to go to get home. The good news is, by boat, you can just kind of send it, and it does pretty okay. I'm hoping that coal doesn't become a problem too fast. So unlike when you're crossing terrain, you have to like go up and down and up and down and up and down, and then go for water, and then get stuck in some trees, and then have to backtrack because there's a ledge that doesn't really have a good way of crossing over it, and all that kind of garbage. Okay, so now I can turn straight at home. Worst case, you can get down to these islands and warm up. Yes, I've got 96 borax, 22 copper chunks of, honestly, not particularly good quality. Okay, but it's good, because that means we can start steel. We can fuse our anvil first. And then I would need to start making the giant steel burning rooms, whatever they're called. And remember, those end up being a bit of a nightmare. Because we look up steel real quick. I remember having that before. Yeah, steel making. Yeah, see how this whole thing, it describes it terribly. Like, this construction description is awful. One thing I would love to see them add is adding images to those guides. So like the steel thing, like just being like, hey, you're gonna put like the 2 graded areas down here. So the next thing that's gonna be a priority now that we've got our borax is I'm going to need to get a lot of flint so I can calcinate it, so I can make fire clay, which is gonna be a whole thing. And there's lots of ways to get flint. You can pan, which would be pretty tedious. You can just go on the ground and pick up all the stones, and you'll get a bunch of flint that way. You can actually find, like, flint ore nodes near the surface as well. Alright, we are finding bumpkus out here. Okay. I imagine there's probably certain biomes that, like the desert biomes where it's very flat, that maybe you can find the flint easier just by its flat nature, but maybe it's usually by water, so maybe you need to go and, like, find one of the biomes that's got, like, a bunch of little waterways to go pick up flint along the edges. I don't know what the strategy is. I've been deliberately not using flint to make tools just so I can calcinate it for, making fire clay. Because I'm going to need to make a lot of refractory bricks. So we have refractory bricks, tier 3. So that's olivine, limonite, bauxite, quartz. That's a tier 4. Okay, and that comes from, like, that. I think tier 4? Yeah. And I already know where, Looks like you're sailing into the night sky. Yeah, it's just so dark. Yeah, so it looks like what we could probably do is go out of our way, because we're going to have the limitation... Does the game use magic systems? No. There's plenty of mods you can grab and all that. But no, there's no, like, spell casting or anything like that. Broadly, it's a standard survival crafter so far as, like, what mechanics you're going to run into so far as, like, food, food, cold, that kind of thing. The only kind of supernatural thing is they do have, like, the drifters that are sort of, like, eldritch horror kind of things. But there's no summoning or casting spells or whatever, that kind of stuff. It's a lot more grounded so far as what you can do. Yeah, no, it's all good. Just clarifying. Probably start taking damage anytime now from the cold. We're still a way out to the next island, unless there's one in between that we haven't seen, which is very possible. Okay, so we've already traveled about 1,000 blocks, that's good. Because we got to get down to about 100 blocks. Alright, there's the cold damage. And we're going fast as we can. There is a possibility we don't reach this island in time to save myself. I think we will. But if it comes down to that, we will, I was going to say we'll yoink the raft, but I don't think that's actually going to happen. My inventory is pretty full. I've got spare rafts, so honestly I wouldn't care that much if this raft just gets left behind. It's not looking encouraging for finding another island between these two. Can you hold a torch at the same time for warmth? Yeah, you can. It doesn't do a lot for your warmth. Like, we're already freezing to death, so it's not going to counter it. It is -1 degree Fahrenheit outside. Or for those who prefer Celsius, -18 degrees Celsius. It's expletive cold outside. And we are wearing a leather jerkin and mostly destroyed clothes otherwise. Yeah, my actual clothing is in a pretty sorry state. And offering me no weather protection. I think we'll make it. And I want the lantern just because it's got bigger visible radius for when we get there. Because we've only lost about 1.5 blocks of our total health. That's what you get for not having a cozy blanket with you? I know, right? We just need our Snuggie. Yeah, we're on course to run into the nearest island. We'll probably lose a good, like, 5 or 6 health before we get there. Maybe more. Like I said, if we do ultimately die, I'm not super worried about it. We did turn on the, you keep the inventory. It's just how far we have to travel for everything. You might as well just delete my inventory anytime I die otherwise. So, kind of went with that way. The last playthrough, we kept our inventory dropping the whole time, but like, that was almost entirely on land, and we had lots of easy ways to traverse most of it. We didn't have to worry too much. I also got armor much faster the last time. relative to the other progress we had worked on. Hey, Panzer, how's it going? Yeah, I debated playing Product Zomboid today, but, I don't know. I very much have enjoyed Product Zomboid, but I know I burn out on it quickly these days. But also we've got the poll going on the Discord, and I've kind of noticed while Product Zomboid's certainly one of the leaders, it's been kind of slowly losing traction against Vintage Story and RimWorld and some of the other ones. To such a point that I think, like, Ellen and Stonechart have kind of almost caught up with it. So I think we're hitting that point that for a lot of people they're kind of fatiguing on the, you know, you do a whole bunch of Project Zomboid, you see everyone playing it, and then there's a point where you're like, okay, I just want to see something else or do something else. And it feels like we're starting to hit that I've noticed the viewer counts for Product Zomboid are actually coming down a little bit. Surprisingly, Vintage Story has been going up and up recently. Like, when I was checking the viewership earlier today, Vintage Story had a higher viewership than Product Zomboid on the platform. Now, it's just in the moment, so it doesn't really mean anything big one way or the other. But, generally speaking, Vintage Story is outperforming Product Zomboid right now for, like, my channel in general, as well as, like, on the platform itself. Which is interesting to see. It seems like a bunch of people kind of like myself have just been like, you know what, I'm in the mood for Vintage Story. And that happens. Like, you have that with Kenshi. Like, Kenshi will be pretty close to dead category for a while, and then suddenly have this resurgence for a couple of weeks as, you know, someone big pops in and everyone gets that Kenshi itch and plays for, you know, a couple of weeks there, and then it kind of fades and back into their background. Lots of people have been doing fun stuff in Vintage Story. Yeah, no, that's there's been a lot of that. I do know it's not going to be super long before we'll probably want to go and switch out what game we're playing, because once I get to the point of, like, I have steel armor and everything, like, there's no real progression left for me. The story's not fully implemented, so I'm not motivated to do it. We did what was available the last time. But we'll see. I definitely see this as being a kind of game I can hop back into and do, like, creative stuff. Which is what I had intended on doing with the other save, but then this save, you know, they added oceans. I'm like, well, I want to do the oceans. So I had to make a new save to do that, which motivated me to create a new save. Otherwise, I probably would have jumped back in on our previous save and just kept working on it. Yeah, and I've been looking at a bunch of the other games I've been considering, like, what's doing well, what's not doing well. Not that that's a key indicator. Like, I actually see January and February as kind of the months I can get away with kind of, like, really off the beaten path games where maybe it doesn't make as logistical sense for me to play one game or the other. But I still hop into them because it's like, you know, numbers are going to be down. It's just the nature of those months. So it's going to be mostly my core viewers hanging out. There's going to be less just random poppers in during those months. So it's a good time for playing games that people would like to see. I actually debated Space Haven is one I've also debated popping back into for, like, a stream. Let's see, Vintage Story's been in a good place for quite a while. It's stable, multiplayer works fine, there's a lot of content. It's a cozy game with the exception of the giant tripod giraffes riding huge cogwheels. Yeah, no, I feel like generally speaking, because every time it's come up, the only complaints I've had with Vintage Story is just the combat is really rough. Is, like, the only complaint I have. But beside that, generally speaking, it's been a very fantastic game. And I feel like, to me at least, it's far more interesting than Minecraft. Because Minecraft, you can mod it out to get it to be there, but if we're just talking base game, you know, I've had fun in Minecraft doing it like internet Legos. But, you know. Okay. So we're warming ourselves up. But yeah, so it's like, you know, there's still a lot you can do in Minecraft, but I feel like more and more Minecraft to me, like it is computer Legos. You can make things that are cool. And I would still do it in survival. That's what I always did in Minecraft, is I played survival mode and did that. We'll go ahead and hit these 2 islands on the way back, just to get pins in them in case there's anything interesting. I did find it interesting that we found that this island has decent chromite. Like, I'd probably need to go inland more, but I'm willing to bet it gets a bit higher in here. So that could be a big thing for the leather. There's some splash in the water. I'm not a big fan of that. Alright, Bassett, you have a good one. But yeah, no, I've been enjoying it. It's interesting. I feel like Vintage Story would do so much more amazingly better. Just like as a game so far as like that. For a couple of things, like if they put themselves on Steam, so we didn't have to go someplace else, to me that would be a big win in its own right. But aside of that, I do feel like for Vintage Story, if it did like the overhaul in that, it's so many games that came out after Minecraft that just like, oh, it's another Minecraft clone kind of thing. I do feel like Vintage Story suffers from that because people mistake it as just another, you know, just another one of these kind of games. And it's not, it's kind of its own thing, because we definitely had like a dime a dozen Minecraft clones that all dropped after Minecraft. There's no question about that. And the vast majority of them were terrible. And so I think what happens is people see, like, a voxel game that isn't Minecraft, and there's certainly, like, not a prejudice. There's almost a certain expectation you have to overcome. Not that, you know, the expectation to be like Minecraft, but the expectation of being like, this is just another, you know, shovelware game that's just copying what the person did before it. And I do feel like that's a big difficulty. Vintage Story feels like what would happen if Minecraft 1.0 or maybe 0.0 just went a different way. Yeah. It could use some other interaction with the world so that you could turn off combat and not feel lonely in the world playing solo. Yeah, it's weird to me that the drifters are directly tied to lore. I feel like those should be 2 separate marks. And I understand it's like, oh, we don't want people to spoil the story for themselves and not deal with the drifters. Like, okay, I get it. But, like, it would be nice to not have the ruins tied to drifters, tied to lore places, tied to the main story, tied to all that. It almost feels like those should be separate considerations, concerns, that kind of deal. So just going to go up to this wall. So that way, because especially, like I said, to me, the one place I feel the game does its weakest is the combat with the drifters. I actually feel the animal combat is pretty alright. So 1. Alright. Now you can put our pin on the opposite end of the island, and that should cover this island pretty decently. Proving on the phone sucks Typing on the phone sucks for proofreading? Yeah. But see, Minecraft's modern iteration feels and looks nothing like Vintage Story. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. Like, there's definitely been a divergence of... Vintage Story was like, what if Minecraft was a hardcore survival crafter? Like, really leaned in on the depth and the survival aspect. Where Minecraft these days, with, like, the enchantments and all that, feels a lot more like mystical and whimsy kind of thing. And I don't think that's bad. I think it's actually a good choice. But it definitely is going very different directions. That in a lot of ways, obviously they have the Eldritch Horrors, and those aren't really particularly well grounded. But in a lot of ways, Vintage Story feels like the more well-grounded of you're actually trying to survive, live your life, do all that stuff. Whereas Minecraft is a lot more fun. Like, so I shouldn't say fun, that's not the word I'm looking for. It's a lot more like you're dealing with kind of like weird magic kind of things. You know, you've got teleporting monsters and enchantments and golems and all that kind of stuff. Whimsy? Yeah, whimsy's a fair word. Yeah, okay, well, I was gonna say, do I need to stop and heal? I'm like, you know, or stop and, recover my temperature, but we're gonna go to this island that's just south of us. And check it. And then we will warm up there. Minecraft feels more high fantasy versus Vintage Story more grounded fantasy? Yeah. Like, because if you removed the drifters, then Vintage Story would be a very just, when I say realistic, you know, like survival kind of thing. It's still voxel and all that. But it's only the drifters that take it from being like, okay, this is, you know, well-grounded, realistic, to being like, oh, we've got these Eldritch Horrors. But otherwise, it's a very grounded game. But yeah, no, Minecraft is definitely the more lighthearted, you know, I don't want to say casual in a bad way. It's more around being able to enable you to create things and just have a fun time doing that. Where it definitely feels like Vintage Story, a lot of its strength is that, like, you know, there's a certain level of effort and, you know, discovery and figuring out and all that you have to do. Okay. You know, Minecraft is definitely more kid-friendly, but it's, you know, you hear people be like, oh, this is adult Minecraft. It's like, well, no, Minecraft's still for adults, too. Because that can get a little on the dismissive side. But there's definitely more depth to this one. Minecraft is more like surviving in a Disney World. Vintage Story is more like surviving in Studio Ghibli World. Alright. So then the next journey is basically home. Could be a pretty big stretch of nothing. Then we got our home down there. Yeah, no, I'd definitely say that between the two games, this is way more in-depth than Minecraft. Still waiting for the Dark Souls voxel survival likes. I don't think that the game would lend itself well to it. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I don't think this game would, like, a voxel style game would lend itself well to Dark Souls kind of combat. Like, just broadly speaking. That's kind of one of the things you look at almost all the voxel games and their combat. Almost all their combat is a little clunky. It can be interesting and fun and gimmicky and all that. But a big part of what makes a Dark Souls game good is, like, having a certain level of precision around a certain level of reliability. Things work smoothly, they're not too janky. And you get a couple that get a little weird, but generally speaking, when you see the animation, you know the places you can be to be safe, that kind of thing. But a lot of the voxel style stuff has not been able to execute any of that well. And a big part of it is with voxel, you go from a height of 1 to like 0, and it's this giant step up and down. So it's a lot more stilted as things move things around. It's one of the things that makes combat always kind of rough in these games. Minecraft does get marketed more towards children. But you'd say your average players within their mid-30s. Yeah, because you also think about when Minecraft dropped, and you have a whole bunch of things. You played Elden Ring? I have played it. I streamed it once. It was the single worst performing game I've ever had on the channel. Not to say it's a bad game, it's just not a good fit for my audience. But I have played every single Souls game and gotten every single achievement in every single Souls game up until Elden Ring. And multiple times in most of them. Because I did a playthrough by myself and I did a playthrough with my older brother, and both times I went for all the achievements. So Elden Ring, I didn't get that because I just don't have the time outside of stream to, like... What's your favorite build? Oh, man, I played a whole bunch of different builds. I usually don't go heavy into spellcasters, I think. Can you explain why Dark Souls 2 is superior? Oh, that's easy, because you have an actual antagonist, with the armor guy who keeps showing up and then wrecking your crap the first time you see him. Or if you get good enough at the game, you wreck his crap. And that's something we don't have in any of the other Soul games. We don't have a continuous antagonist in any other Soul game that is constantly harassing you everywhere you go. That was also... Dark Souls 2, if I remember correctly, that was the one where you could kill all the enemies in an area and you had to, like, reset the area to get them to come back. They were just gone. Yeah, to be fair, of Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3, I do feel that 2 is actually the weakest thing there. That said, where some people get pretty livid about Dark Souls 2, it's like, no, that's perfectly fine. Sekiro had that? Yeah, I didn't get nearly as into Sekiro as the other ones. It was a very significant deviation of the formula. I don't think it was a bad game. Like, I'm willing to bet if I gave it more time, I would have gone into it more. But, so much of the change and progression on the game just kind of left me wanting. Like, I liked all the leveling and stats and all that stuff we got in the Souls games. Yeah, like I said, I don't think it's a bad game. Like, it's weird. In some ways, I feel like Sekiro is more accessible from, like, basic play controls and your tools and those kind of stuff. But also much harder in the way that combat flow has to go. Yeah, Bloodborne is the one I've not played from FromSoft because I'm not buying a PlayStation to play just one game. If it's not available on the platforms I play on, I don't buy it. It's easy as that. I was never one to buy into the, I need the PlayStation, I need the Xbox, I need the Nintendo. It's like, man, each one of those suckers is several $100s to $1,000. I'm going to buy my one thing that can play games, and with the 20,000 something games that have released this year on Steam and 17,000 last year, I'll find a game to fit it in. I don't need your one specific game. You don't like Souls games because they rely too much on dirty tricks, like an enemy hiding behind a door or jumping on your head and getting free hits on you, like cheap jump scare. Yeah, no, there's definitely when you're looking at the Souls game, a lot of it is just memorization of, like, different patterns of enemies so far as their move sets and all that. There is definitely a being aware of where the enemies are on the map. Because, yeah, they do that where you open a door and an enemy drops from behind you that have no business to expect it. Sometimes it'll be something that if you're careful and you look around, you can see the trap. Like, you'll see the enemy sticking to the wall above it before you go there. But there's definitely some times where there's no reason to expect it. Let's see, how about Armored Core? Have you tried it? So, back in the day, I played Armored Core on, I think it was my buddy's PlayStation or everything. Like, I've played through the original Armored Core the whole way. I actually think I have Armored Core, I don't remember which one, that I had an Xbox 360 that I got for dev reasons. That I don't, no. Me and Toom played Fable on it. Was it Fable 3, the not good one? When we first started dating. But my brother had gotten me Red Dead Redemption on it, and I almost never played it because I just don't play console. I'd rather do the computer. And then I picked up Armored Core, whichever one was the one for the Xbox 360, and I don't think I literally ever played it because, again, I just don't play on console. But I definitely played a lot of Armored Core back in the day, like 1 and 2. You tried Armored Core 6, but it got filtered out pretty easily. It seems like a really good game that's just not something for you. We played Fable 3. You're sorry for your loss. Well, that was... Toom really enjoyed Fable 3. I was like, I could just hold the magic button and I win. Like, I literally just push, hold, let go, push, hold, let go, push, hold, let go, and I just win. Like, this isn't very fun. And she loved it, because she does not mind a game where she can just kind of win for free. But, you know, there was, like, the thing I liked for Fable was never a hard game series. I liked finding things you could put together to utterly break the game, but in a way that felt clever. So, like, you could do the thing where I think it was did we get Borax? We did. We're on our way home. Where you could, like, hit, like, 4 times for 1 hit, and you combine that with, like, freeze time and that, and you could just walk at the boss and just demolish the end boss like it's not even there. Like, just utterly destroy it. And, you know, yeah, it wasn't a hard game, but there's a certain satisfaction of finding the right combination of stuff to just make a game come apart at the seams. Fable 2 still had some of that, not quite as bad as Fable 1. I still enjoyed Fable 2. But yeah, Fable 3, it was like, they got rid of all of that, and they're like, okay, you have spell, melee, and ranged, I think it was. And they had more story going on to it, which I think that was probably fine. But yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things that, like, I dropped off pretty hard with that being like, oh, yeah. Fable 3 was a disappointment. No, I'd say all the Fable games had a relatively good story. I don't remember much about Fable 2, for what it's worth as I say that. You want an open-world detective game like Shadows of Doubt, but not voxel? Something LA Noire, for example, but something new? Yeah, I like Shadows of Doubt. I do find the voxel thing, it has the same thing where, like, again, the motions can get a little janky because you're dealing with a larger grid. I like Shadows of Doubt. There's definitely stuff I would love to see them... Streamline's not the word I'm looking for. I like the procedural generated detective thing. I also kind of like that there are some cases you get and you're just like, I just don't have what I need to solve this. Like, this case is just going to go cold for a while while I work on other things. I think that adds a certain amount of aesthetic where you can work on something else and have that moment. I'm not trying to teleport into the wall. It does keep happening, though. Well, that's not what you want to see. Our storage is getting full. So I got conglomerate. I got a bunch of our stuff. All right, so we're gonna have some inventory woes here for a minute. Yeah, I mean, I think you're gonna run into a lot of that regardless of the game, just with the procedural generation. And hey, Big Orion, thank you so much for the 95 stream streak. I do appreciate that. I do think you're gonna run into that regardless the missions getting repetitive, because I think that's just the nature of a lot of those kind of games. When you're leaning on procedural generation, that is the unfortunate kind of side effect of it. Sandstone. I got some granite here. That's not what you want to see. Because that's all conglomerate. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm sure they could do a lot more. But, like, more elaborate mysteries are going to take a lot more to happen. And I feel like that's those ones where you could imagine the game be like, oh, I'm going to go and generate this event and watch the entire game just hitch as to come up with the whole thing. Yeah, no, I could definitely go for more. I would like to see it, because, like, low-key, as I play a voxel-based game, I'm not huge on voxel. It's fine. I kind of prefer things not to be voxel, but I don't hate voxel. You can drop the slate off. I don't have enough chert to make it worth my while. Yeah, it's fine. It's just freezing to death. Calm down. Oh, I should have used the other soil. That was a waste. It's fine. Keep the slate, keep all that. Alright. So just warm up for a minute here real quick. If voxel and 3D procedure generated allows for optimization you could otherwise not do. Yeah, no, I understand. Like, there's a practicality to it. I don't get it. If freezing to death is so little risk, then why even have it on? Oh, it's still something you have to manage. Like, I have to stop and do that, but I'm carrying the resource with me. It's kind of like in Project Zomboid, a lot of the mechanics are big old nothing burgers once you kind of know how to deal with them. But at the same time, just like turning off hunger and all that would take a lot away from the game too. Oh, I got more stone path here. They don't hate either, but Shadow of the Doubt specifically makes everything hard to see, especially when it's dark, and your eyes get tired of it real quick. It's a fun game though, yeah. No, I definitely would say Shadows of the Doubt, and I think it's more not even the voxel side of thing. It's how much is just like black and gray and all that kind of stuff. It definitely is a game that like visibility gets real rough. Okay. Ow, 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 ow. I understand, stop it. How are those still hot? There we go. Get turning ads off on some mobile games ruins their... You get it turning ads off at some mobile game ruins their passing? That sucks, but sometimes you need a break. I mean, yeah. Sorry, I was just trying to catch what you meant. Okay, so we got the Borax. I'd like to get that in here, but that's going to take some work. Right, because smashing those makes a little thing. Alright, so let's go ahead and grab more iron. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Because we need to keep kind of work. On this. Grab some coal. Yeah, no, it's a classic you get what you paid for. If you didn't pay for the game, they're gonna make money some other way. And that's usually gonna be microtransactions or ads. Because again, running games costs a lot of money. So like I said, you get what you paid for. Alright, so with the Borax, we want to powder it. So we'll go ahead and put that in. If something is free, you are the product. Correct. If I recall correctly, I get 2 units of material. Yeah. So we'll go ahead and do that. We're going to powder all our Borax. Put the ladders away for a minute. Put you away. Because I also, if I recall correctly... need to pick those up. Isn't Borax for cleaning? You can use it as flux. Plan for a little extra just in case. Okay. So what we need to do is get our anvil set up. Just gotta wait for the base and the top. Yeah, no, I need to build the boxes up here. I mentioned that like the last 3 or 4 times. I need to go up here, put a couple of shelves up here. I need to finish flooring this area. Now that I have the Borax, we're going to be working in this area for a little bit because I don't have anything I need to really go abroad for right now. just in case I end up needing it in the middle of all this. So we're waiting for the anvil to heat up. And I gotta put the other anvil piece on there. And then we use the borax, and we bang them together. Let's see, have you played Bonzo before? It's like My Summer Car in Canada. Oh, they released 1.0? I have not heard of that. Let's see, do we have a steel furnace ready? Or is that next on the list? That's next on the list because I'm gonna need a lot more fire brick. And that's gonna mean calcifying a lot of stuff. There we go. I have no idea which way it's placing. It's fine. Flint cooking? Yep. Just a whole lot of flint in a fire. Because we have not seen a whole lot of fire clay. That's good enough. Okay. So we got the immediate need for borax sorted. Next I'm going to need, where are you at? Grab you. Probably work on the iron while we're standing here. You just go in here. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So we'll just go ahead and junk you in there. Yeah, you have to be... What was... I'm trying to remember what the, Yeah, so you have to be at 1,000, which is higher than wood gets. I was pretty sure that's the case. Just want to double check. Okay, meanwhile... Let's get this out of the way real fast. Because we need to change our setup. Let's grab the axle and the gears. It's time to move the kern out of the way. We'll get the iron production going. Okay. And they're gonna get the other stuff starting to smelt for more ingots. For right now, I'll put you here. Take you out. Okay, we'll grab a crucible. Okay. So we're running back and forth working the smithy for a minute. We did have copper in here. Let's go ahead and get enough copper to make ourselves ingots, because I need to make plates so I can make a hopper and all sorts of stuff. So drop you in there. That's 5 ingots. That should be around like that much, maybe? Okay, you're still heating up. Let's see. I think the rest is fine for right now. Meanwhile, actually... Whoa, I had a lot more. Hang on. It's wasting material, but it's fine. There. Unfortunately, we happened to start this right as, like, the wind died. I'm gonna chuck in and try and help pick the pace up on this thing. Helps if I'm actually hitting it. It's probably fine. Ow. Okay, so we put the rest of the copper away for right now. Because I don't have molds for more of it. But with that, we should be able to get ourselves 8 copper ingots going. And then with the 8 copper ingots, we can go ahead and make 4 of the copper plates. And that should be able to give me some stuff like a hopper and all that. We're going to end up wanting the hoppers for like the pulverizer over there. For doing the box and all that, because then I can just put the pulverizer on one, or the thing. Really warm in the smithy? Yes, it is. There we go. Now the wind's picking up. Yeah, one elbow. Yep. No, we did that the last time too. Hey, Sniper Spice, thanks so much for the 80 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Yeah, so you're still heating up. Alright. Because ultimately I want all of these to be able to operate at the same time, but we're not there yet. Still heating up. And you're almost ready. Let's eat our pie. Okay. Because I need to be pulverizing a lot of stuff. Oh, you're not even going. There we go. Okay, any second now, it'll be done. Making all our copper ingots for making copper plate. It almost feels like there should be a copper plate mold, because it literally is just a flat piece of copper. Okay. Actually, I need to do that manually right now. Alright, so. The things we know we're going to need is we're going to need to... It feels so good when you get to this point you can finally hammer a bunch of metal. Yep. Yeah, so we got the quartz. Alright. For those who don't know, Belinar, another fantastic content creator. Can we get a shout out for Belinar, by the way? Another member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, the stream team I am on. Definitely good times over there and all that. So what I'm thinking here is that we go to our refactory bricks. That requires bauxite, quartz, olivine, and limonite. Which we do know where all that is nearby. So, if we go here, I literally have quartz and olivine right next to each other. Then we can pop into that hole and get that. And then that just leaves the limonite, which I do have nearby as well. And that makes the best refractory bricks. And the only thing you need to know about that is the better refractory bricks last longer. Because they do wear out as you use them. Yeah, because if I'm not mistaken, I believe... Why is this being weird for where I selected? It's like eliminate... There you go. Yeah, so look at the pegs. I actually have ultra high limonite right down there. So there's a very good chance we could find some right here. There's also quartz right there as well. So I've got a place I can get the limonite. We also literally already know where we can get an olivine vein right there, and quartz is no problem. So we're in really good shape for getting Refractory 3 brick. The one we are missing is a whole lot of flint, which I am actively working on in here, and that's for making our fire clay. We're doing our best to make fire clay. It's gonna be one of my big holdups actually on this one. All right. Probably about just 5. Just that handful more. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Like, I don't like to turn up the volume too much, because that can get a bit loud after a while. But at the same time, if you don't have it turned up at all, then you can't hear the bees. But then once I get the hopper, I'm going to start grabbing, like, the bauxite and just feeding it in. Do you have any good... Oh, we did see some, didn't we? Like, we didn't see some earlier. I thought... I don't think we had a good one. But I remember we saw it somewhere. Yeah, so we've got minuscule amounts over here. Very poor... There was somewhere up here. No, so it wasn't up here. I've got some minuscule amount pins there. Very poor. So... Last time you played, you had a double hammer clanking away metal in your base. It was about to go insane after a while. Yeah, no, I forgot about that as an option. Yeah, unfortunately, looking at it, I've got, so 1.7 is as high as we got there. Because it's the same, it looks like it's the same problem of, like, we can only have it show up in certain biomes. So the best one I've got is this little island up here, which has a 2.5% chance of very poor. So we've unfortunately not seen any good choices for it. But in a pinch, that might be what we try, is just pop down there and see if we get lucky. Hot enough yet for me. I found getting it to about 1000 C usually gives me enough leeway that if the wind slows down a little bit, we're still good. Okay. And just doing our best to get all the bauxite processed, then I can get this out of the way for a minute. Or not bauxite, borax. Okay, so just trying to process all the iron real quick. Because that'll help. Ship coming along. It's stalled out on fabric, unfortunately. Until we hit the spring and we get a bunch of flax, it's not gonna get done. It's just gonna sit there. Okay. Let's see also the hopper. So hopper's 3 plates. Wasn't an Archimedes screw. Man, I'm trying to remember what it's called. Trying to see if it was angled something. Oh, I know the way I could do it. Hopper. Plate. We got the hopper. Oh, it is an Archimedes. Is it an elbow? Because we got the hopper there. Is it an Archimedes screw with port? I thought the Archimedes screw was about pulling things up, and what I'm looking to do is turn it in. Let's check the elbow. Elbow chute. Yep, you're right. Ah, so it requires a chute section. A chute section. So it's basically going to be 5 copper plates. Is what I'm going to need to do this. And I've got 4 copper plates worth of copper behind me. And I think I got enough for 2 more, or another copper plate, so that should be just enough. Okay. Because then we'll want to hook up the pulverizer. Well, the goal there is to basically turn off the Hellhammer, put the current and the pulverizer, because neither of them needs to go fast. They take their sweet time doing their jobs. Okay, and this will be for some fire clay. Deal with that in a minute. Okay. Is there stuff around here I should be checking out? Oh, we should check on our leather. We've been away for a while. We got some compost. Cool. There's some leather. There's some prepared hides. We can drop that off. You're getting close to done. But yeah, so we're gonna run around and work on some of the leather working stuff as well, while this churns away. Okay, let's go check on more copper in here. Because now I had a bit more than that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 2 more ingots of copper. And I don't think we care about making any of the other stuff right now. Okay, so let's go ahead and drop the 2 more ingots of copper in here. That should give me enough to hook up the pulverizer. Probably 4. Okay. So as you can see, we're juggling a lot of different projects right now, but I want to get the pulverizer on this side hooked up. Right now, until I get more resin, I can't hook up all of it, because what I want to do later is if I get like a little bit more resin, I can put the big gear here. I'll need to move the machines out one tile, which is fine for this side. What I'll probably need to do is move the hammer over here and the pulverizer over there. Let's go over here with the compost, because I will need bone meal and you. Okay, so with this, you go in the middle. There's some fancy dirt. Alright, little by little we're getting ourselves real fancy dirt. When it gets warm enough, we can start growing stuff using that. I'll need to take a barrel to consolidate some of that tannin. Okay, you're almost melted. I might not need that coal. Okay, so let's go check about getting the tannin consolidated a little bit. So let's grab one of these buckets. Trying to figure out how to get the water out of the bucket. We can make this work. I think I got that open space over here. Because worst case, I can put it there and just fill in a spot of dirt. Well, I think it just deleted what was in there from existence. Are you able to buy a greenhouse? Build a greenhouse? This is literally a greenhouse. It does help a bit with temperature, but it doesn't fully negate temperature. Can you build a fire in there? No. It's interesting that I get asked that all the time, but yeah, no, it's, because you think about the idea of, like, building a fire in an enclosed space. Like, that'd be a whole thing. Like, I understand in real life you could vent out the smoke and all that and warm up the area, and there's a certain viability around it and all that. But no. It's effectively just a rectangle that is 5 degrees hotter. So far as purposes of farming going. They do it in some orchards during acute frost, but those are outside. Yeah, no, there's certain logic behind the madness and all that. Oh, I've got another barrel that's empty. We'll make that one probably lime water. Okay. Gonna go check on this, and then I gotta go grab my lime. Okay. Powder borax, calcinated flint, bone meal, lime. Okay. 5 degrees, so no winter crops? No. Okay, so you got that for processing more leather stuff later. It means you can start your grow season quite a bit earlier, and you can have it go quite a bit longer, but you can't fully negate winter. Which I think is reasonable, because otherwise you'd just beeline the greenhouse and then, you know, food is just perma-solved. Even then, it is those things that, like, you've noticed we've not been really struggling on food. Like, we've had times we've been starving, but it's because I don't have the food on me, not a lack of food in general. Here's the last two. Let's go deal with our food before we do start starving. Okay. Drop off the borax. Did I run out of space in there? Okay, grab me that, grab a couple stacks of this, and take that. Okay, so let's check. So for you to make... so then I need to grind it up. There's always more to be done. So taking the last two and we're making a pickaxe and a, other stuff. Okay. There's a backup pickaxe. Alright. And pretty soon we'll be done with the Helve Hammer for a while. Right, need to be ground up to be any good. Alright. Oh, it sounds like Tomb's home. So bear with me, chat. I'm gonna go quickly run downstairs, welcome my wife home and all that stuff, make some food happen. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. And thank you again for tuning in. It'll be back in just a few minutes. All right, and we're back. Sorry about the taking an extra minute or so. But yeah, was just welcoming the wife home and everything, getting the dinner sorted and all that. That's a lot of Zomboid clips. Yeah, I'm really curious how it decides the stuff. It's supposed to randomize, and don't get me wrong. Collectively speaking, on the channel for any one game, Zomboid has more clips than any other. Because Zomboid, you do get a decent number of, like, clippable moments between, you know, whatever going wrong here and there. Oh, I actually wanted to... It's fine. So, plate. Plate. Okay, so I need 2 chutes and a bunch of plates. I think it's like 3 plates. What I was saying is, with the other thing going on, I kind of wanted to have the... I want to take the steel piece I had there and make that into a prospecting pick. I think it's fine. And this is getting it so I can start producing the bauxite, the crushed bauxite and all that. And the crushed olivine and the crushed quartz and all that stuff. So you needed the elbow? Oh, it's... Okay, so I've got the elbow. I believe we feed it in here. Alright. Yeah, all 3 of these are becoming plates. Because then they're going to... Actually, is that all 3 of them are becoming plates? Let's double check that. No, I only need 3 plates, so I actually have 2 extra copper ingots I did need. That's okay. We'll hold on to those, because sooner or later I'm going to need them. It's just the way it's going to be. Plate. There you go. I too shall make of plate. And actually, for that matter. Get that set up. Okay. Because we'll get ourselves some more mining tools and all that made. Maybe a couple of the other tools that we use a decent amount of. And then once that plate's done, we're going to disable the helm haver so we don't have to listen to it going ting, 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 ting until we die. Alright. And so with that, break you. I'll deal with the kern here in a minute. You still got... Oh, nope, nope, put that back. Minute for that. We could try and knock this out real quick. And then hook this up to the pulverizer. Now we gotta fill it up with bauxite. Okay. Okay, there's the prospecting pick, so I got a backup of those. Then I'll make a spare pickaxe, so I have 2 spare pickaxes and a spare prospecting pick. Then I think I'll make a steel or a iron knife. Crap. Didn't think that through all the way. There we go. There's a second pickaxe. Because I don't want to worry about the armor until we have steel, because I'm literally just going to immediately replace the iron armor with steel armor when we can make it. And we'll make the iron knife. See the cleaver? There we go, knife. Because that should be a considerable upgrade to our current one. Can I put you in here? No, that'd have been too convenient. There we go. And then you are just going to be a hammer. Just that way I have a spare hammer for whenever this one breaks. Okay, so we got our hammer. We got a spare knife. Chuck those up there. I've got so much junk in my inventory. Okay, so we've got the calcinated flint chunks, and the powdered borax, and the quern. Interestingly enough, looks like I have to pick this up. There's the hopper. Okay, so let's run over here. We can drop off the charcoal. We can go up here, we can grab all the borax we've got. Alright, so let's double check. So I needed, or not borax, bauxite. We use the pulverized for tier 2. Yeah, so it's crushed quartz, olivine, and all that. So we grab that. We can go in here and grab some quartz and chuck it in there. And the olivine. We don't have much of all those. We're going to chuck all of that stuff right on into that hopper so I can just start slapping away at it. And we can go over here and get rid of the powdered borax for right now. We won't need that till later. And the crushed bauxite we'll put away. You up here. And I believe if I put a hopper and a chest down below, then I can have it feed into that and I can just empty the box. I'm not going to worry about that right now because I'll need way more copper. But I think our next move is going to be to go over where I found that the olivine earlier. And between that, get the bunch of the stacks of the quartz and the olivine. So that I can feed them into this. And right now we're turning the flint, or the calcined flint, into calcined flint powder so we can make our fire clay. Sure. Because right now the input feed is fine, it's the output feed. Just where the hopper is? Oh, I didn't know that works. So that means building 2 more chests, one for up there, then we have the elbow there, and then we put the hopper going directly into a chest below it. So that does mean making a couple of hinges. I'd hate to use iron for those hinges, but I mean, honestly, iron I've got available. It'd be good to make them out of bronze. Wifey. Thank you.
Enjoy.
You enjoy. Love. Yeah, I didn't realize you could go and have a crate feed directly into the angle thing. Actually, now I think about it, the hopper has 4 units of storage built in itself, doesn't it? So I don't even need the chest below it necessarily. It's only if you leave it for a long time that it gets a little out of control. So put you away for a minute. I can't because my inventory is full. Alright. You're basically out of stuff. So pick you up. Grab this piece of floor. That's fine for right now. My inventory is permanently full. It's just the way we exist in this universe. There we go. I forgot this hadn't been finished. That's another project we got underway. Okay. So I can make 1 crate with that. Let's knock that out really fast. Or 1 box, I should say. Let's get that done. Is there a way to increase your inventory? Yeah, you get better bags. I can probably get 2 more slots, 1 more slot by making another leather bag. The other thing to be going after not too long would be the chromite. I'll need to grab you again, won't I? Can eat the piece of pie. And you're used for that. So it's a bunch of the fire clay. Alright, so Next would be to disconnect the pulverizer over here. And pick you up. And put you down there. And we want to make... Oh, that's right, you make a bunch in one go. That'll be good. So that way I can make a couple of boxes. Which will be good for a couple things, because then I can have where we have the pulverizer. I can get that set up. Wait, you take 2? I wasn't ready for that. Okay, crap. Yeah, because I don't have enough copper to do anything on this side. Well, crap. Pretty much I have to say about that. I got all excited. I didn't bother to look that it takes two units of copper to do that. Or 2 units of bronze. So that unfortunately means you go on the floor. Or into a box while being molten hot, because I can't make more bronze right now. Here, we're just keeping the pie warm. Alright, well... Not a great use of iron, to be honest. Meanwhile, we can go down here and just keep processing any materials that can be processed. Grab the spelt. Okay, so we made the fire clay as best we could. I've got the pie. Let's go ahead and slice that up. Okay, but we're going to make our hinges and all that so we can make boxes, because then we're going to do a couple things. One is I'm going to put a box in here so that we can start putting the charcoal and all that in this room so we don't have to lug them up and downstairs. Yeah, put it right there. Oh, I could have made it 4 strips instead of 8. That's fine. It's whatever. That's fine. It's a bit of a waste for iron, because iron's a higher value material, but I have iron readily available and a lot of it. Let's use it. Okay. I'll see how many storage boxes we can make to hopefully alleviate some of these pain points. Alright. One of the next things I'm going to need is to remake my kilns. Okay, so let's check. So for the iron ones, boxes are... Okay, surrounded by wood, 1 to each. And I'm going to need more wood. Because of course I will. Okay, so I've got 5. We've got the hopper for the other side. Oh, right. I have to combine them in my inventory to make them the large box. Okay. Let's start shuffling some stuff around. Let's start by going up here. You can go on that rack. Okay, so all of the clay and all that stuff's going in here. So we're moving that from the other room. I guess I don't actually need the gems in here, do I? I don't need you in there either. Okay. So we also had you. The good news, I am making a lot of fire clay. We're just gonna have to make a run for ore, which is fine. Oh, that's metal parts. For a moment, I was about to say, don't you tell me I made a second stack of these things and I didn't need to. Grab you and you. The rest could just sit there for right now. Okay. Alright, let's go downstairs and grab all the charcoal. Those are molten hot piece that I started that I'm gonna have to wait till I get more bronze to finish. Chuck the charcoal in the top box. Alright. So that's feeling like we're in a much better place. Hey, Unquiet Adam, thank you for the 15 stream streak. I do appreciate that. I got the paths in my inventory. That's a little clutter I gotta figure out what to do with. Got the ladders for mining. And we'll want to get the olivine. So if we check on what I need, I wish there was a sword option here. I got tons of this. For the fire clay, we can make all that stuff, so I could make extra ovens, but what we really care about is the refractory brick 3s. Which is 2 fire clay, a crushed quartz, a crushed bauxite, a crushed limonite, and a crushed olivine. Alright. We got some raw bricks. Right, beehive kiln. Okay, a beehive kiln allows you to fire large amounts of clay items at once. Similar to the cementation furnace, the beehive kiln requires a door. The kiln door, place the door, and then shift right mouse button to click blueprint to ghost the blocks. Requires refractory bricks, refractory brick ratings, iron hatches, and regular fire clay brick versions of the block ratings. The interior can be 3x3x3. Must be composed of... These are the one I really do wish they had a picture. So we make a kiln door. Does it mean there's also a quiet Adam? Well, of course. Not many people notice quiet Adam, though. He's a little quiet. Yeah, let's go over here where we found the olivine and quartz, and then just start going to town. So I have some quartz. I'm looking for the olivine, though. There you are. Okay. So I'd like to just keep hammering away at this and get myself like a stack or two of olivine and quartz. And then the next one will be going for the, what is it, like eliminate or limonite or whatever it is. And that'll let us just jump right up to refractory brick 3s. For those who don't know what the difference between the refractory bricks are, it's primarily how long they last. Every so often when you do a round of steel and all that, it damages some of the brick walls and you have to repair them. And that, you know, means more fire clay and all that. But if you get the really good bricks, they do go through a number of rounds that they hold up for. So getting a really good set is not a bad move early on. Kind of hoping being inside here would warm me up. I think it's just got too many holes in the walls. It's usually pretty easy to find both olivine and quartz. Neither of them are particularly rare materials. And usually when you do find them, you can see they're relatively good veins. Okay. The rate we're going, we're definitely going to exhaust the olivine part of this. This looks like it's just a kind of little spot on the top, but that's still going to be a couple stacks of olivine, and that's plenty enough for my immediate needs. Because then I got to build the thing for making the steel ingots themselves. I remember that being kind of a whole big chore of, like, navigating the whole thing. But that could also be good to get the beehive kiln, because I didn't do that the last time. The last time we got to the point of producing, and I think I made a set of steel armor, and that's kind of where we wrapped up the last time I played. Because at that point, it's like, well, I've got my steel armor and I got my steel tools. You know, we kind of, like, there's no progression to go after that. You got your stuff. And technically there is. You can get, like, night vision glasses and all that. I'm assuming it'll say no more on the olivine. There's trace amounts. Oh, I've missed some over here. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, so still trace amounts. That's probably the last of the olivine. What's the white stuff? The white stuff is quartz. Alright, so still saying there's a little bit left. Could be a piece at like a diagonal or something. Pretty soon our character's gonna start getting hurt from cold. But yeah, what I'll probably do for the quartz... There's the cold. What I'll probably do is I probably won't mine the quartz here. Like a quartz right next to the base. I'll probably go for the quartz over there. There we go. Now let's check. Alright. So we only got quartz here. Let's pull up the map now, zoom way in. And delete the marker for olivine. Because we have depleted the olivine in this location. Let's not shuffle on home. Yeah, they're both pink bonnet. Pink bonnet's poisonous. Okay. So good news is I basically got myself pretty close to 3 stacks of olivine. So we'll go home, we'll chuck it in the pulverizer, and just let the pulverizer do what the pulverizer do. It's not hooked up, and I know that right now, but I'm not going to worry about it quite this second. You got the peridotite. Go chuck this in the box. Get the fire going so I don't freeze to death. Chuck all that in there. And the quartz is now in the other room. Okay. So the next move we're going to do is we're going to go grab a whole bunch of quartz. Same reason, just so we can load in the thing for being pulverized later. And then after that, we're going to go get the limonite. So we can toss that to be pulverized. And with that, we can make the refractory bricks, which means steel. And we're about halfway through winter now. Because December was winter, January is winter, and February is winter. We do have an enemy chilling down in here. Get your butt back here, Shiver. Hey, I'd knocked him. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. How was your stream? Can we get a shout out for Ad Noctum, by the way? Like, what were you playing? How did it go? All that good stuff. Playing some Kenshi. Nice. Kenshi's an absolutely fantastic game. Like, obviously, if you got a raid and run, don't let me hold you, but what kind of run did you have going in Kenshi and how did it go? We played a lot of Kenshi last year. You doing a crab run? That was what I did for my last Kenshi run as well. We did the, we allied with the, you know, crab faction and all that kind of stuff. It's a lot of fun, but there's definitely some pain points when using animals. Like, the food management of the animals gets to be a whole thing. And the animals' incapability of dodging is pretty rough, too. You know, I definitely enjoyed it. But at the moment, we're playing some vintage stories, so this might look like Minecraft. Well, actually, first, before I get into that, so if you're looking for Kenshi, you can find it over there with Ad Noctum. Playing some of that. It's the amount of custom start to have 2 skeleton, 2 crabs. The skeletons stay on block the whole game. We're killing every human faction, but saving the crab raiders for last because best in crab tournament. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I didn't go anything like that scale. We kind of... The crab one I kind of went... I think I got up to, like, what was it, like 12 or 14 crabs? And then eventually I got tired of animal management. Because sometimes they will eat out of their inventory like they're supposed to. Sometimes they won't. Good old Kenshi doing its Kenshi things, as it do. The crabs can't dodge or block, so it is one they just go up and just see who can wail on the other one harder. You don't play Kenshi, you have a dialogue with it. And hope it agrees with what you think should be happening. Pretty much. For as amazing as Kenshi is, Kenshi can also be rather unkind. Not even in the it's a challenging game, but just in the please work. But yeah, no, I like Kenshi. Like I said, I think it was last year, it was my 5th most played game. I don't think I played it this year. It's a good game. I certainly played plenty in the past. I mean, we even have a beep emote. Because beep. Granted, I am also a big fan of Sad Neil. But yeah, for those, let's see, how hard is Vintage Story to get into? It feels like another Emergent Story sandbox type game. Yeah, so it does have a learning curve, so there's like a lot under the hood. But one thing that works for it is at any time, you can just pull up the handbook, and it does literally walk you through everything. So you're like, how do I nap stuff? And yeah, it's a bit text heavy. It's just the truncated version is you take something you nap, you slap it on the ground, you slap another thing on the ground to do that. But it's also a thing that I can go at any material and go, okay, what can I do with peridotite? And it'll give you a list of all the recipes and all that. You know, where you can get it from, what it goes to, if you can, like, melt it or whatever. But yeah, so, like, there's a lot of depth to it, but they do have a path of learning. But, like, so for, like, napping, I have a mod that makes this a little bit easier. But I, for example, could be like, okay, I need an axe. And if I didn't have the mod, I'd have to go like this. So I'm going to kind of pretend it's working the way it's supposed to. So you chip out the vague shape of an axe head. And I got an axe head, and I could shove a stick onto it. And I've got an axe. So, while it does look a lot like Minecraft, only, you know, higher fidelity voxel and all that, there's a lot more depth to it. The survival aspect for it is way harder. Like, Minecraft, keeping yourself fed is a pretty big nothing burger. This one, genuinely, your first winter can be a real rough time, and your early game food can be pretty rough. But, over time you get there. In a joke, Minecraft mod looks like Minecraft. I mean, it's its own standalone game nowadays. I know historically it once upon a time began as a Minecraft mod, but they've overhauled a lot of it and changed a lot of it since then. Like, there's just a lot of things that are different. Like, for example, when you're playing, like, when you're playing Minecraft, you know, you want a pickaxe? Cool, you go punch a tree. Congratulations, 5 seconds later you got a wood pickaxe. Alright, but you want a stone pickaxe? No problem, you use your wood pickaxe, you hit the ground, and now you got stone, now you got a stone pickaxe. Oh, you want an iron pickaxe? No problem, you just dig down, you will find iron. Cool. It's just right there. Versus, in this game, very genuinely, reaching the point of a pickaxe is actually a fairly big progression point. It takes hours to get there, not counting speedrunning shenanigans or whatever, because you've got to do, like, clay working, you've got to do a pit kiln, you've got to go and do napping, you've got to find copper and all that just on the surface of the world, which isn't the worst thing in the world, but it takes time, or you got to do, panning. Is there silver in that quartz? I don't believe in this quartz, no. It's just the quartz that's right near my base, so I'm just doing it here. Like, for farming, instead of just you put seed down, thumbs up, you're done. They actually have nutrients in the soil and everything, so you do crop rotations. That way, if you have a crop that is very nitrogen greedy, you could turn around and swap it out for something that's potassium greedy or whatever. So you can kind of rotate your crops out. You have actual seasons, so like right now I'm solidly in winter. So right now, because I'm in a cave, it's not too bad. But on the surface, I don't have enough insulation, so I'll slowly get hypothermia. But for all that there, it's just one of those things that it is a game because there is a nice pacing to the progression. You don't ever feel like, at least for me, you don't ever feel like you're really just slogging. It's just, okay, I'm working on this. Alright, well, I'm working on cave. As a Floridian, you don't think it'd survive 3 degrees Fahrenheit in the cave. Also Floridian, I will take it over anything above 80. I could at least bundle. When you're just hot, you're just like, you know what? I'm down to a bathing suit. The law dictates I may not take this farther, and I'm still hot. If it wasn't for air conditioning, the state would be unsurvivable. And I'm grabbing way more than I need of, the quartz. But I figure if I'm down here digging it up anyways, let's just go for it. Okay, we gotta eat a little bit more of our pie because we're getting hungry. These quartz veins are always ridiculous. But yeah, like, this is a perfect example, though. It takes a lot more to find ore in the game, but instead of, you know, Minecraft, you get, you know, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 blocks, and then you gotta go find your next vein. You might spend several in-game days looking around trying to find an ore, and then you find it and it's like 100 blocks worth of ore. So you're set on that for at least a good couple of in-game months, if not years. And, you know, and eventually you'll deplete that and you'll have to go find a new one. Okay. Let's keep mining this. But yeah, so right now what we're working on is we've got iron tools, we're going for steel. Steel has a whole process behind it. That, you know, we have to do the iron thing where we make our bloomeries, and then we make our iron blooms, and we, you know, knock all the carbon off of it and shape it into an ingot. And then we have to go after that. I have to go to a, was it cemetery or whatever it is? That you basically make what's a glorified stone coffin and seal a bunch of iron ingots in there with a bunch of charcoal. And then just kind of let that process. And that takes a while. But steel's also like your end game material. That's the ceiling, that's the roof, that's the cap. Alright. So it is one of those things that when you make steel equipment, it lasts a long time. Whereas like your crappy copper equipment and all that tends to not hold up very well. Yeah, so we got 2 steel pickaxes left after this one breaks. Okay. Alright, so I think that's gonna do enough for now, because we've got, what, like 6 stacks of quartz now? But that's fine. That's just a bigger tunnel for monsters to spawn nearby my base. It'll be perfect. I definitely won't regret that. Oh yeah, and so we got, like, working windmills and all that. Okay. So, this will be for a pulverizer. So the regular chunks can go here. The clear chunks I will save for other things. Oh, right, the clear chunks are over there. We just reorganized, so it's going to take me a hot minute to get used to it. Let's see here. Some of the stuff is going to have to move. Go ahead and chuck you up there. Could you block out the entrance to stop them from spawning? Yeah. You can see this being another game that takes a series or hundreds of hours for you. Yep. It absolutely can get there. But yeah, no, I could close it off and then the enemies would spawn down inside and just not be able to get out, so makes them a non-issue. Okay, we got some compost. And some more compost. Some leather. Alright. So remember correctly, we have not made our pants yet. Okay, so let's go here. So you can see all the things we can make leather with. So we want the jerkin pants, so that's 8. So it's 2 at the crotch. Now I got armored pants. I got 14 more. Now in this case, I don't actually care about the leather helmet. I'm going to be replacing that with something else, so we're not going to bother making the leather helmet. We can make the leather backpack, so that's... Then right now you have these in it. So pick up that bag. Swap you there for more inventory space. Which are full. Let's grab the skeps. For right now, I'll chuck them up here. And chuck the other bag in there. Okay. So as far as leather goes, what else do I want leather-wise? Oh, right! We never finished making our longbow. So I need 2 of you. I don't have the string, never mind. That's fine. Because I got the main part of it, we didn't make the rest of it. Right, so the plan for here is I've got, like, the jerkin here. So what I'm going to do from here is I'll want to make chain body armor. So then that'll be just making a bunch of chain body armor, and once we've got that, we could then choose to make, like, plate or scale mail. And, you know, we could work that way. Yeah, so between those, let's see, yeah, so there's different penalties. Both of those are protection tier 3. But the plate armor is way higher, but it does penalize a lot of stuff. And then plate armor's kind of the max. So is there anything else you want to make with that? Probably not right now. I was hunting for Borax. We got our Borax. The hunt has been concluded. So we're now working on getting our stuff set up for producing steel. Meanwhile, you need charcoal and bone meal. Both of those will be probably over here. There's the charcoal, there's the bone meal. Okay, so is you there? That's 2 more of the super duper growy blocks for our farming. Little by little getting like the fanciest of dirts. Which is just enough for the very first one of those to be fully completed. And it'll slowly convert that place. Meanwhile, you finished your iron blooms. I'm assuming are molten hot. So we can grab enough for another set. Let's see. Those need to be fired still. I think I just don't have those in the right place. Yeah, so we need to get the kilns going again. I had kilns, but I tore them down when I went to expand. There we go. So I'll need to go and make you. So we can make ourselves another bloomery. beehive kilns that I want to move over to, those require me to have the refractory bricks and all that. Similar process to the steel. Alright, so we just go ahead and get that going, because there's no reason to keep the iron as far as I'm aware. I'm gonna run really low on fire clay bricks. Okay. I need to get myself some more pie, so let's go into our cellar. Or, like, for example, your cellars are actually functional. Food in the cellar lasts longer. Got upper pie. Alright. Okay, so the next thing to check is we want to be looking for the limonite. Which we didn't see a good place for it. Is down here. We have oh no, we do have a good place for limonite. Alright, let's go ahead and hit our limonite. I should have what I need. Let's grab one more pie just for the road. Because it'd suck to be down there and then have to immediately turn back because we're getting hungry. Because we get that limonite. Let's also check to see if our flour's done processing. It is. Because we get that limonite, I can make the really, really good bricks for everything. You can pop in here, drop off the flour. Grab more spelt. And I'm holding off on the flax in case we get something like chickens or whatever. I can use that as feed. Because flax is like the worst of the grains for nutrition. Grab our ore. Alright, so we need to get over there. Alright, so basically the peninsula on the continent to our south. We just need to follow the east side of that peninsula and it'll take us right where we're going. Another thing before we get too far. Let's see. Chromium sulfate is used to make chromium leather, which will be used to make sturdy leather. And sturdy leather is used for the better mining bag, which is 14 slots, so an extra 2 slots. And the sturdy bag, which is another 2 slots. Alright. You can eat flax? You thought it was just linen? My understanding is flax actually has a grain to it. It's just kind of crap. That's my understanding. Like, you primarily use it for textiles. But my understanding, it's in that kind of same family where you can get the grains on it. Kind of like spelt and all that. Spelt being like just a really old grain that we don't really do much with anymore. Because we've over the years bred much better grains. Oh yeah, I forgot there's gold and silver down there. That's fine. Yeah, no, exactly. Flax seeds can be eaten. Yeah, because you can get, it's a dietary thing. We're getting dietary fiber. It's a dietary supplement for, like, people who have low fiber. They use flax to make it. Like, that's, yeah, flaxseed oil, thank you. They still do that nowadays. So it's kind of the same thing you do use, like, for, fish oils and all that. Flaxseed is an alternative. Because that used to be, for people who take fish seed oil for their, omega-3s or whatever. A lot of fish seed, or not fish seed, fish oil. A lot of fish oil can give you bad breath, and so flaxseed oil was seen as an alternative that doesn't give you bad breath. Flax seeds are ground into linseed oil. Gotcha. Yeah, no, you can just straight up eat flax. You're super pro seed oil. I mean, most oils you use cooking are some kind of seed oil. Mostly because someone told you not to be. I mean, I'm not aware of, like, when you think a lot of your oils they use, I mean, there's, like, olive oil and all that as well. But there's, like, you know, sunflower oil is just sunflower seeds. I think canola you use the seeds as well. For canola oil, I want to say that's the seeds. Contrarian. As you looked into seed oils, most of the negative claims about them are actually true of tallow. Okay. No, you just found the real information. Yeah, there's, it's one of those things I find very infuriating. Like, you're trying your best to take care of yourself, to eat healthy, do whatever. Oh, one thing before we get too far. People pointed this out yesterday and I forgot to change it. Let me move my camera so I'm not covering up our hunger bar. There we go. But, like you're trying to do, let's see. Fun fact, canola oil is short for Canadian oil. The reason they changed the name is the plant is made from, is called rapeseed, and they didn't want the name association. Yeah. Yep. No, that's, the traditional name for canola is rapeseed. Or rape plant or whatever. Yellow flower. Yep, because that was like almost every time I played Farm Sim, they're like, what's a canola? It's like, yep. Palm oil is kind of bad, high in saturated fats. Yeah, I mean, well, to be fair, a lot of like the GMO boogeyman thing is not really a thing. We have been using stuff like selective breeding and all that of crops for, you know, longer than I think we have written language. But there is bad GMO, like when you get a plant to emit pesticides and be like, "Gah, it's fine." Or not pesticides, because it's a natural thing for the plant. But like you get it to put out what's effectively a mild poison to get rid of pests. Then you're like, okay, hang on, wait a second. It's not the GMO that's the problem. It's this one specific plant. We're making it mildly poisonous to make it so we can save money on pesticides. But also, we are finding out that that maybe is not the healthiest for people to eat. Because it's putting out this mild poison. But that's like one crop out of literally thousands that have been like crossbred and GMO'd and all that sort of stuff. Like you look at peppers, that's your perfect example. No peppers we eat nowadays are like the native natural ones. Like bananas, those aren't the way they came up. A lot of those have been bred to be what they are. Almost all of your like grains, yeah, there's like spelt and all that from back in the day, but like that's not what we're eating. We're eating wheat. Like wheat as we know it now is not the way it was. That took a lot of breeding for a long time to make wheat what it is today. Even your meats and all that, like cows aren't a naturally occurring creature. That was something we bred into existence. You ever seen what a watermelon used to look like? I haven't seen watermelon. Broccoli? Broccoli fascinates me because it was what? Broccoli, Brussels sprouts, and, oh, there's like 4 of them. There's four things that we sell as separate vegetables that come from the same plant, like, depending on the stage of life. And we have ones that are bred to be, like, harvested at different points. Yeah, no, there was like a type of bovine. Yeah, as people are making, there's a type of bovine that we kept breeding and breeding and breeding and breeding and breeding and all that until we ultimately got to cow. But yeah, and that's the whole thing. Alright, so we got the, so the limonite is at 6 point whatever percent. Let's turn that back onto everything. Okay, so what we want to do is find out where we have the highest chance of getting the limonite. Because even though it is, like, ultra high or whatever, it's ultra high for limonite, which is only 2.6%, which is pretty terrible. It's not terrible for limonite, it's just terrible broadly speaking. So 1. It's 1, 2, 3. Two. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And 4. So we're basically trying to triangulate. Okay, so that's 2.41, 2.67. So that tells me don't go that way. The amount of limonite we're finding is lower. So let's go a little bit south of it. There's just a big quartz vein under this whole thing. But yeah, no, most modern vegetables we have, you know, are effectively man-made in the sense that, you know, we've gone through and we bred them and we bred them and we bred them such that we, you know, we've gotten them to where we want it to be, not any naturally occurring thing. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like, we took a plant, we're like, I would like this plant to give me more of, you know, whatever our goal was. And so we just kept breeding it and breeding it until it gave us what we wanted. So 1, 2, 3. Get that. Then we go straight in because we go to the sides and I'm just gonna drop gravel on my head. 1, 2, 3. But as well as things that, like I said, there has been individual GMO stuff that's been bad. 2.22, I think that's lower, right? Yeah, it's lower that way. So I'd say actually that pin there is probably pretty good. And I don't see a reason to try and go north more. I don't think that's going to work out for us. So one thing I'm going to run into is we're about to get to the point of taking damage from the coal, and I didn't bring stuff with me this time. We're just going to go ahead and start a fire. Come on, you could burn. That's right. I think it's just too much. It's fine. If we dig down, we'll start warming up real fast. Or what we could do is chop you down and start a fire. I didn't realize there's trees right here. Now what I don't know is how deep I've got to go for limonite. I imagine it's probably going to be pretty far down. For fairly endgame material. We didn't start the fire because we couldn't. The will was there. It just didn't pan out. Okay, we'll put that away and that away for right now. Yeah, that's all gravel in that. Alright. So give ourselves a chance to warm up by the fire. And then we're going to go right where that pin is. And we're going to start digging down. And we're going to do the thing where we just dig down and put a ladder and all that. And hopefully we find the limonite. Because like I said, if we do that, we get to get the very best refractory bricks made. And with that, we'll need to make a couple pit kilns again. Because we got rid of ours when we expanded the blacksmith. But we get those made. And that means steel production and making a beehive kiln and all that kind of stuff. So we're like properly into dealing with just like end game things. Alright, so that's fine. Now we've done that, we can just go ahead and leave our fire burning there. Okay, I'll need to put you on the bar. Huge amounts of quartz, surprising no one. Give me 1v1 for down. Alright. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. And 4. Nowhere nearby. 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3. One, 2, 3, 4. What I'm doing right now is I'm just trying to do a survey about every distance that we could potentially have missed stuff. But this should basically scout out the entire, like, surrounding column kind of thing. And the hope is that we just see it where it mentions the limonite. I don't think I've ever gone for limonite in the game. Like the last run, we didn't bother with the really, really good refractory brick. Because I didn't find a good spot for limonite. So I just didn't have the motivation to try and go for it. I already don't remember if we just did one or not. It's fine. Extra surveys don't hurt much. Large amounts of limonite. 2, 3. Very large that way. Because now we're just trying to triangulate where it is. Large that way. One, 2, 3. Large that way. Okay, so we're going this way. Two, 3. Very large. Let's do a little quick check. 1, 2, 3. No ore nearby. Okay. Well, that's all it took to go that far. It's probably down. That'll be it. We're literally sitting on it. Oh, tool required. Alright. Okay, so we're not doing this right now. I looked it up and it was like, you need a tier 4. That was a lie. I need a tier 5. The problem with that is, I have a tier 4. I'm going to leave my ladder here for right now. We can make another ladder if I need to. But we did find that, so we're going to make the refractory brick 2s. For right now. But the good news is I found it for whenever we want to do that. So we just need to make pit kilns, make refractory brick 2s, all that good stuff. Make a bunch more fire clay, a whole bunch of stuff like that. Might also be a thing that we do in the near future, is taking the time to go through and make our houses and all that nicer. Yeah, no, the thing was, I even tried to look it up. I was like, okay, so I'm going to, you know, I'm going to need something. And we looked at the block, and it said it required a tier 4 when I looked at it. I must have looked at, the wrong thing. That's still fine. Because like I said, we'll make our first place with the tier 2s. And then as we need to fix it up, we go to tier 3. The limonite definitely needs it. It could be that the chromite needs it as well. Because I've been tempted to start pursuing the chromite as well, because the, we found a place that's got a really good chance of giving us chromite. Oh, I'm gonna have to go grab a drink from the other room. I'll do that once I have to, like, smelt something or whatever. But, yeah, we can check the chromite. Then go chromite, crush chromite, 4 chunk of chromite. Requires a pulverizer tier 4. Ah, it doesn't say... It doesn't say what level it requires to do that. It requires a pulverizer for, which is iron, I believe. And I do believe we made our pulverizers using iron. I'll have to double check that. The pulverizer cap, I believe, is iron, actually. Yeah, so that means I just need to go and hook up the pulverizer, let it run. While it's running, I can go work on the pit kiln and all that, and start working and getting our refractory bricks and all that. Yeah, and that was the thing. I must have seen the tier 4 pulverizer, and it's like, okay, cool, iron. We have iron. But that's fine. I don't mind it. It just means we've located titanium. So it looks like what we'll do is we'll make 1 round of steel. The first thing we're going to do is make a pickaxe. I'm going to go back down there, and we'll grab some titanium. That way, whenever I have to do repairs on the cemetery and all that, then I've got tier 3s. Which isn't that big a deal. Snacking on some of my dinner because it's here. I'll wait till the ad break to eat the main part of it. It's just tomato soup with roasted red pepper and some Havarti jalapeno cheese that I got my wife Tim. I got her a bunch of these different cheeses, and so we've been occasionally grabbing one of them, slicing it up, splitting it up. Pretty good. Because usually I don't eat on stream, but it's sitting right there. Alright. Yeah, some materials that we have some use for that I don't already have. The chromium thing gets me better bags by letting me process even better leather. I think that's literally its only use is like that. We use that sulfate, sulfuric acid, which was I need powdered sulfur and saltpeter. That's the reason we didn't get them the last time. I was trying to remember, is like, why didn't we get those last time? There's a bunch thing. Hey, One Tap, how's it going? Good to see you. Yeah, I'll probably start taking damage soon due to the winter. The good news is I now have this stuff. I've got both my jerk and all that. I do feel like I want to start pushing the steel to the point of being able to like make full-on steel plate armor, even if it's very impractical. It's just the movement speed and hunger and everything else makes it a bit of a pain. But if we've got it, we've got it. It's fine. The other big limiter on the steel is it is a slow process to make the steel. Not like it's very laborious. You build the thing and you can use it a couple of times, but it's you set it on fire and you're like, well, I'll come back next season when my steel's done. It's not quite that bad, but it's not. I keep grabbing that to get a drink and it still doesn't have drink in it. I've got to stop to get that. But that's kind of where you get towards, like, later in the game. You do stuff like that, where you'd set up the steel production and be like, alright, I've got a group of, what is it, like 8 or 16 steel bricks in the oven. Cool, they're going to take a little while. Well, I'm going to just work on making my base nicer, or I'm going to work on my boat, or I'm going to go work on this project. You know, and then you come back when it's done, you pull that out, you start the next batch, and you get your upgrades. So it kind of gives you built-in time to do your housekeeping, as it were. Take your pit kilns and make them nicer. Collect flint. Go after your next resource, whatever you got on the list. I think the big thing I want as a major milestone for this one is to get my sailboat out and sailing. Oh, stop whining. It's just hypothermia. It never killed anyone in this game tonight in the last hour. I also find it amusing, the seaweed that gets up to the surface that snow is collecting on the top of it. We're almost home, and then we can warm up. Another thing we can do is, once we've got the steel in production, you know, if I don't have other projects to work on, we could go spelunking in the tunnels, see if we can't find a teleporter. I think he disagrees with you about the hypothermia? Well, you should stop whining. We already have enough wine in the basement. We don't need to add more with our voices. Eat her piece of pie. Grab 2 pieces of firewood and start the fire. Okay, just giving ourselves a moment to heat up. Then we got some stuff to drop off. Okay, so other things we need to do is we need to find bees. Those are very hard to find during the winter, though. They're hard to find in general, but during the winter it's just not worth doing. Like, when spring rolls around, we're gonna probably run around and see if we can't make the bees happen. Alright. Got those, and we got rammed earth. It's a bit off topic, but given your programming teaching background, where would you recommend people go to learn code as well? Any free resources, sites that come to mind? I haven't kept up with what's going on right now nowadays. Generally, the different approaches that people heavily considered is one is you can kind of do self-taught tutorials. There's lots of those kind of websites all over the place. Not really a specific name or whether it comes to mind, but you get the general idea there. You also do have where you can, like, go to universities and all that kind of stuff. They're not the best so far as bang for buck because they can be very cost prohibitive. And we also need planks for chests. But, it can also depend on the language. Some languages have lots and lots of available resources that make it really easy to learn. And then some, it's far harder to find good resources. Like, I know that's been some of the advantages with, like, Python and all that, is there's just a lot of resources you can leverage to learn the language. As far as individual, like, websites I'd recommend, unfortunately I just kind of been out of it too long to really know who's doing what right now these days. There's no one of the places I would recommend isn't around anymore. There's another one that definitely kind of made some not so great decisions. Consolidate those. But yeah, generally if there's a language you have specifically in mind, usually if you go to whatever, like, the appropriate subreddit is for that, and just ask, you'll usually be able to find, you know, really good guides for, like, that language and resources and all that. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Strong, a decent amount of weak. That's rot. That's making hide. That's making more weak. Yes, let's go here. Yeah, that's not a terrible idea. Pick a very simple thing to, like, you might be interested in making. And a lot of times when you pull up a lot of those tutorial websites, that's kind of the approach it'll be. It'd be like, you can make Twitter. Not that I'm recommending making Twitter or whatever, but it's just to have a project that's going to require some, like, database calls, that kind of things. But yeah, like, it could be just a thing that you, like, you go into the tutorial and be like, cool, we're gonna make a Twitter clone, or we're gonna make a whatever clone. Which then you have people who just don't know any better. They take one look at it and they go, oh, well, if it's that easy to make Twitter, it's like, I can make that in a weekend. And, like, I'm only using Twitter as an example. Like, you can insert name of website or major web project or product or whatever. and be like, I can do that too, and it's like, alright, hang on, wait a second. There's actually a lot more going on with this. Okay, because I need to make some planks for some chests, so I'm going to cut down a couple of trees. This will also knock a bunch of this back as well. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea to hunt around here either. Another thing I should probably do is all this going on, we should probably also go and hunt for more leather. Does he really hate the YouTube videos as they're slow to explaining lots of things? You found out IT career that you need to read to learn faster. Yeah, you definitely have like good and bad YouTube videos as well for that kind of thing. But they just take forever to get on with it. Okay. So I've got you. Grab those hinges now. So I've got more boxes. I didn't have like a half-finished box, did I? Weird. Okay, so let's grab you. Apparently have more poison mushrooms over there, which we don't want there. Okay. We put one of these boxes somewhere around here. And the intention is for it to be my box for stuff to rot. It's fine. That's... Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, it's still freezing cold. That's part of why everything's lasting really long. A tiny bit of flax. Let's see, second off topic, would you ever consider doing programming streams? Maybe a game jam weekend? I did do a programming stream way back. Generally, I found it could be an interesting kind of one-off thing. It isn't something I tend to find people hold much interest in. It's just... It's really hard to make it entertaining unless you go in with like an intention at the beginning of like teaching something or whatever. And even then. So I'm not gonna say it's a no, but it is a probably not. Like, and there are people who do them. By and large, though, unless it's kind of like a big core part of their channel, I do generally find the, like, dev streams, by and large, don't tend to do well. Again, unless that is, like, what that channel does. So like kind of like they build an audience around it. Because pretty honestly, watching someone else write software is not exactly the most exciting thing to see in the world. Okay, so things we can work on. One is I do ultimately want to make our tannery. The tannery probably doesn't need to be real big. Two is I need to get this, get that done. A lot of that's just going to be an obnoxious amount of dirt. So I'm going to go ahead and just delete a mountain real quick. Oh, right, we were making the pit kilns. We can make the refractory bricks. That's right, let's not get caught up on this. I was just looking at being like, I'm getting all these pathways, and I have nowhere to put them. Because normally you make these giant roads that take you across the map and everything. But with this one, with everything being so hilly all around me, and then ocean, they've just been, like, piling up in my inventory. Okay, so let's see here. Alright, so things I need to do. I need to grab the flour out of here. Pick you up. Pick you up. Pick you up. Alright. Have a good time. Okay, so next thing I can work on is, let's see where I can get it to where I can run multiple of those things at once. And so the way we need to do that is, if I'm not mistaken, I'm down to like, what is it, like 5 resin, 4 resin? 6 resin. I need 8 resin to make a big gear, because I got 1 big gear, but I need a second big gear. That way it goes from little gear to big gear, back to big gear, then to little gear. So that ultimately the ratio from start to finish is 1 to 1. There's just the big one in the middle there, but because we upstage and downstage, it doesn't really hurt anything. Now I do have more than enough places I've already scoped out to get resin on the island. I just gotta go get them. Need to chop down every tree in this forest so I can actually get around easier. There you are. There's our second one. That's technically enough right there, but I'm already out here. Let's grab some more. It's fine, I'll let you live right now. Probably need to go through and do a hunt of the deer. I should. The big issue is hunting the deer without a ranged weapon is pretty aggravating. Okay, and now I just cut over here. Oh, there's another piece of resin I hadn't noticed previously. There's my next one way up there. And I genuinely think they buffed the resin drops. There we go, there's that one. Might be seasonal? Oh, no. It's not a seasonal thing. So far as the resin. What did we learn, Wolf? We learned that you're a quick and easy source of meat and all that. Yeah, because they spawn in, and once they're spawned in, they're just there. There you are. Okay, and I believe that is all the resin I know where it is right now. As far as this island, we found plenty all over the place. That's also part of the reason I've been going through, like, systematically cutting down trees. A big part of the... Oh, that tree is... we cut down. A big part of the tree, like, cutting down the tree is just that way. Only the trees that have stuff that I care about are still there. And then we'd have, like, an actual proper tree farm somewhere. Okay, so we got a little bit of wolf meat. It was also kind enough to donate a hide for me. Okay. I just realized I probably need that wood. It's fine. You're basically only good for that. So I can go ahead and cook the wolf meat. Drop those off. There's our resin. Okay, so for the big gear, I need... Well, I already have all that. Okay, that's not bad. Yeah, so I just need one piece of wood. And I should have literally everything else. While it's cooking, I'm going to quickly grab myself a new drink, and I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Doom was just laughing. We were making the comment the other day. We were watching a show. I won't say the name so it doesn't spoil people who haven't seen it yet. But they basically have a scene where someone gets a finger cut off. Pretty straightforward. Person gets a finger cut off. And Toom was laughing about it. It's like, you know, it's actually really rough when they do that in movies and shows and all that, because that means from every single scene that character is in for the rest of it, they have to be very careful about that finger doesn't exist anymore. So they either have to have, like, wearing gloves that, you know, hide the fingers missing, or CGI it out, or like put up a green screen, like cover it with like green or whatever, so they can just use a mask to get rid of it. But she's always like laughing, where it's like, yep, that just made all the production people's jobs way harder now because they have to do that. And I walked in and she was talking about like the show she was watching. One of the main characters cut their hand off. And so it's like, yep, now they have to deal with that for the rest of this show forever. Alright, so they get that processing. Oh, I didn't do anything with you. 1 second. We're going to keep that processing as much as we can. Right, okay, so I need to just cut down a tree just for a log. It doesn't really matter what. Just for a couple of logs. The early day Star Trek guys complained about actors pressing too many buttons on their control panels because it meant the post-production had to add way too many beeps and boops for it. Yep. Is that my resin tree over there? It's looking like it probably is. Technically, I can cut this tree off directly above where the resin is, and that would be fine. I don't want to deal with it, though. It's those kind of things that you don't think of that end up being a huge pain to, like, oh, I guess we just need to deal with this from now on. It's part of why so many series, if they like have someone lose a hand or a leg or whatever, they'll get like a bionic or a cybernetic, or, you know, be in a wheelchair where they put a blanket over their lap or something, just so it doesn't end up being this whole production just to be like, oh, you know, the real actor does have a leg. We just need to somehow get rid of that leg real quick. I mean, they really had commitment to their trade. They cut their leg off. No, actually. That'd be some dark alternative timeline where it's like, you want to be famous, get ready to get that hacksaw, get your leg. It's for the scene. Yeah, like the most cursed type of method acting. Okay, so I got all those. I need the saw. Chisel and hammer. Okay, so let's start this whole thing off. But first, I need the segments. So for that, we just go boom, boom, saw, chisel, hammer. Oh, and sticks. 1, 2, I didn't bring enough sticks. It's fine. If you're a great method actor, you just need a director that, doing a movie that's sitting around playing video games. There's always the right job for the right person. Okay, so now the sticks, planks, chisel, saw, hammer, 1, 2. Okay, and we go to this. Drop those off. Oh, I don't have the axle. So the axle was the log. So log, a unit of fat. Chisel, hammer, do that. Big gear. It does give us a spare axle in case I need it. Okay. Grab all the powdered everything. And chuck it up there. Just to make my life easier looking for it. Okay, so that's going to be most of what I need for making the refractory bricks. Alright, so back to what I was working on. Okay, so let's go and put some of this stuff away. We put the saw away. The hammer and the chisel. Put the planks away, the fat. Grab the other one of you. Grab those in case I need them. Keep the sticks on us. Drop the resin. Alright, so now it's time to finagle some of this. Okay. So we've got that now. I don't want to hook that up right now. Yeah, and that's the reason why we got the second one. Because now what I need to do is get up here. I'm one block short of being able to reach it. That's not what I want. It's fine, we can make this work. Okay. So we take this up. Dig that up. may have to get higher. Okay, so what we've done is, instead of going from a big gear, like little gear, to big gear, so we have the gear ratios as a problem, we did kind of go little gear to big gear, and then down there it goes big gear to little gear again. So that ultimately it does break even. Is there a tutorial in this game? Yeah, so there is a starter guide that walks you through. And there's like the progression guide that'll kind of go through and do all that stuff. It's mostly in text, but there is like a tutorial here that will take you from section to section. Like, I think you can attach another windmill on a large gear to the top to add more power. Yes. Okay, so you can drop all that in here. But yeah, so that means all I need to do to get that... What would it take to do the transmission? We could try setting that up in the clutch. So I've not made that before. And that'll let me turn on and off the Hellhammer and the Pulverizer if we start making those. I haven't messed with it, so it might not work the way I want it to. But there's only one way to find out. Okay, so let's go here. So we have the angled gear is used in the transmission. For the transmission, I need gear, wood, hammer, saw. Where's the chisel? Chisel. We need fat and this, so that makes a transmission. And then for the clutch, and there's the clutch. Because my hope with that is I can use all that complexity. Still have 2 wooden axles. Let's make space for that. All right. The door has to move. Alright, we're just gonna have to move this door over a little. Alright, so let's see here. So we got the transmission. I got the clutch. Alright. I do not have a, our gear ready. Let's see. You will need wood, fat, resin, sticks, that, saw. I'm guessing our chisel's too spent. Oh, nope. Let's miss a second set of sticks. Oh, yeah. It's magic powers right there is what that is. So then the next move would be shift all that over and do the same on the other side so I can enable the machines as I need them. And then the other curiosity would be how on earth I could get a kern in here. Because I don't think there's a good way for me to take a gear and go up and over and down. I mean, maybe there is. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because then I could get a kern in here and just, you know, toggle on and off each machine as I want to use it. And I only have one more fat, so it's not enough to build out anything else. Alright, that's fine. I'm just happy that we don't have the thing going tang, tang, tang the whole time I'm just standing here trying to mind my own business. For right now, plunk you down. It's probably not going to need you for anything for a while. Let's go ahead and just saw that to get out my inventory. Okay. This stuff away. Okay, so with that, now we can make the refractory bricks. Do they actually go in there, though? Oh, they went in there. The noise is my character in pain. Because of freezing to death. All right. Alright, so next thing is go to Refractory Brick 2. So, gotta just remember what the recipe is. So it's 2 fire clay, and then all that stuff. So we're gonna make as much of that as we can. Because I am going to need a lot of those. And then it's going to be figure out where I'm putting my steel production and setting that thing up, because that thing's a whole process. Right. Get back over here. Then grab another stack of these. And you. So I can keep the iron being produced. Now, the next big thing is going to be getting both of these done, but also your stuff. All right, so let's grab here. So let's grab our stacks of fire clay. And so 1, 2, and 3. Okay. So not the fire clay there. We want the that recipe. Okay, so we grab you, and you. So it's a full stack of unfired bricks. And I also need to go in here and make more of just regular fire clay bricks, which is the 4. All right. And we're all out of fire clay. Cool. I mean, we're almost all out of all clay. We need to do a clay run. Okay, but first we need to get our pit kilns back up and running. I don't really have a good place for them, because the idea is they need to be far enough away that we can avoid burning anything. So one way I could do this immediately is I have mentioned wanting to, make like an underground area over here. Well, actually, yeah, none of you's flammable. Maybe not. That's fine. So we're gonna do real fast, so we're gonna move our way over here real quick. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I figure out where the edge is here. And we're gonna make a little tuck away with some pit kilns in there. And then later on we can convert that into other things. Okay, so you're 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3, that's the wall. You just poke this for 2 seconds. So, yeah, so 1, 2, 3, wall is here. 1, 2, 3, door here. Put that tile back. All right. They're just tiling this out. This will be another storage room ultimately. But for right now, it's gonna be pit kilns. Plus, it's giving me a lot of dirt back and all that stuff that... I think this used to be like a little inlay of water. Okay, so with that, we'll plan for this to be 1 pit kiln there, 1 pit kiln here. I don't know if sand will work for this because I never tried, and I don't plan to figuring out because I could just put down rammed earth and that'll work. Okay, so let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Because I got a whole lot of brick to do. I don't mind like overdoing this. Okay. Then get all these refractory bricks going. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. I can put one more tile this way. That'll be the last pit kiln. Okay. Alright, so that gives us 4 on each side. Okay, so with that, I've got a ton of bricks. I don't actually know how many of these I can do in one of these. I think it's that many. I'm pretty sure it's this many. Alright, meanwhile I can go to the other side and duplicate it. Cool. And then we just got a lot of grass and a lot of, probably go out of our way for the peat on this one. I've not taken the time to collect peat this whole run. We're talking about a lot of use of kilns. So let's go get some peat to make that not as bad. Because I believe with the peat I can avoid both the sticks and the firewood, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong, it might just be the firewood. Okay. Okay, let's grab the bricks, and then here's the regular fire clay bricks. Okay, so I'm going to need a crap ton of grass. So let's grab the spare bricks and put them here for right now. They do us no good in our inventory. Drop all our blocks off that we grabbed. Okay, so the next in-game day we need to go out and just get a lot of grass, like a lot of grass. As well as peat. So peat, we do have on the island. I do have some peat towards the middle there. We probably work our way down there. I also need more clay, but we'll focus on the peat. I'm gonna grab like almost as much of an inventory as I can manage. Go get a whole lot of peat. We'll grab grass along the way. All right. Gotta be a place I can shove some of this. Here's where I'm shoving it. Goodbye, Peridotite. I just need you to not be in my life. You're killing all my inventory. Oh, can I not collect you in the winter? Okay. So the problem here, we gotta pull up the snow first before it will register, which really undermines the value of all of this. What is what is? Let's start heading towards the start heading towards where we know there's the peat. Okay. These won't be so bad when we're not in the winter, but the winter, this sucks. Because while the peat is optional, the grass is not. You know, even under the trees, the problem we're running into is they're too overgrown. I need to just go through shears, and I really don't want to. We'll just end up with so much in the way of sticks and junk piling up everywhere. Okay. Okay, so we're managing to get an okay amount of grass down here under some of these bigger trees. I'd still rather not have all these trees in the way. Alright, here's the peat. Oh, I didn't make any shovels. We can solve that real fast. Give me just a couple pieces of peridotite somewhere. Don't make me dig for it. Crap's usually on the ground everywhere. There's one. There's two. Okay. So I'm gonna grab as much of this peat as possible. I'm trying to work to one of the ends. Grab as much as we can. And peat does not stack particularly well. That's alright. Okay. It's just like weirdly like a little shim of peat. Yeah, I think that's all the peat there was, just in that one spot. It's just a weirdly thin layer of peat. That's alright. It's still 3.5 stacks. Okay. We're almost on our second stack of dried grass. That'd be the cold. We'll deal with that in a minute. as I am almost home. Okay, we'll eat some of her pie. What we should be able to do here is just immediately go down to the there down below. Get these pit kilns going. Has to be sticks as well. Alright. It's fine. I was kind of hoping that'd remove the stick requirement. That I couldn't remember if I could do the peat for the sticks and the wood or just the sticks. So let's grab that stack. And we end up short there. I go ahead and grab the tiny bit of grass as well. Alright, so we end up needing sticks. We just take the shears and we just ruin the entire forest. Okay. Alright, so we've got all those. Did I not just grab a whole stack of sticks? Oh yeah, they're down there. Getting all these covered in peat. Alright. But it will be nice to get, like, a beehive kiln and all that. Basically what we're working on right now is just getting the bricks for all of it. Okay, so we got eight pit kilns going. Oh, that's a problem. Okay, so it is lit. Ah, I see the issue there. It's fine for right now, but that's underneath our greenhouse, which is fine. But you notice those are the ones that we just pulled the water out of. So I'm going to have to adjust my expectations on that room. That's fine. What we can ultimately do is we can go down here. I can have like another stairwell that goes a little bit deeper. You know that. So we shouldn't have to worry about anything getting destroyed here, because none of that should be flammable. That's fine. Okay, let's go drop stuff off. So in this case, I'm going to put my spare peat in here. Right, so if we want more stuff, I will need more flint to make more fire clay. Yeah, no, if it had sat there for a couple of seconds, it would have put out the fire. But, I was pretty aggressive on quickly just smothering it. Oh, let's drop you off. Oh, that's one thing we can do. We've got all this dirt that's piling up. I think the days of trying to prevent that from being an issue. Not really worth my time. Okay, where did the rest of it go? Oh, we do have all of it. Okay, so now we're not looking at that. Alright, so time to fill in a whole lot of place and get a whole lot built. Because this will let me get more of this done. I need to stop doing that. Okay, so I'm just cleaning up the seagrass here. It's not in the way when I go to do the next step. Alright. Because we are slowly going to expand this out. This is where reeds are going. All right. I'm also going to want to go here and start putting dirt on the top. So I can start planting the reeds up there. Because all this should get rid of a lot of this junk. That's kind of what we've been doing with all of our spare dirt and all that, is just slowly moving the territory out. Because it's just those things, I'm going to get more and more stone and more dirt as time goes on. It's got to go someplace. They've been making the cobblestone path things for, like, or the stone paths that make us run faster. But unless they start making these, like, cross-island bridges or something, I don't see much value in making too much more of them because I don't have a place to put them. So I gotta find more things to burn my stone up with. Or just start a collection of boxes off in the distance and just keep on piling them higher and higher and higher. The downside is as we get deeper and deeper, it takes more and more. And part of the reason I'm building the platform up like this is so I can just make underground cellars and all sorts of nonsense. I don't have to worry about the salt water messing with any of my crops. I don't have to worry about, like, I expand and then suddenly I just slap into ocean. And while there is no, like, structural integrity in the game, other unless you turn on the cave-ins, you know, it seems more structurally sound to have a big foundation put underneath you. I'm mostly doing is delete a whole lot of materials. Okay. Because the issue I have is this side I gotta fill in everything. The other side, I gotta dig it all up. Which works out because I'm more or less moving material from one side to the other. It's just the stone. I need to find another use for stone. Like, I can use it for making tools, and I do. But I get way, way more stone than I need the tools. I just want to see what I can do with the, other stuff. Hey, Drongo, thank you for the lurk and the 3-stream streak and all that stuff. I do appreciate it. Can we get a shout out for Blade Drongo, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays a whole lot of similar games to what we play. Been doing a lot of Project Zomboid recently. So if you're into that, you can find it over there. I'm gonna eat my piece of pie and enjoy it. There we go. Yeah, let's check out Bloody Drongo again. Absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I highly recommend checking out and all that good stuff. Usually streams, if not right after me, like starts right near the end of my stream. Depends on time zone stuff. But usually it's like either starting right before I end or right as I end or like an hour later, all depending on how daylight savings and all that crap lands. So definitely a great place that when you're done here, you can just pop on over there. Okay, so let's get some just plain old boring dirt and chuck that down, and we'll start planting a bunch of our reeds. We can grab you and chuck you in there. Actually, wait. The reeds don't care about the soil they're in, and I've got lots and lots of sand. So let's use the sand. Where's my... There's my first stack. Cool. Just double checking everything is correct. Okay. And while they won't grow right now in the winter, we're just getting all our reeds planted, so when spring rolls around and they start producing again, we have all that, because we can use the reeds to make rope and a whole bunch of stuff. We can use them to make skeps when we have bees, so we have beehives for the bees to stay in. Okay. Okay, so almost got rid of a full stack of the reeds. Is there something else you can make that? Ingredient for arid patch dirt. Interesting. And you use it for mud brick and fan soil and plaster, which is quicklime. We make quick lime by smelting lime. Interesting. And that would let me make plaster walls instead of the dirt. So we can make our place look a little nicer too. If we want. I haven't decided. Alright, so that's at least a bunch of those down. We do have more soil and all that. We could certainly just chuck tons and tons of gravel in the bottom of the water. I'm not going to do that right now. It's fine. We did have a bunch of dried grass. Okay, and we're getting hungry. We need more pie. Well, that storage room needs to be sorted at some point. I haven't had a priority for that. Yep, and we got all of our pit kilns going. I want to make a beehive kiln later. That's one thing I could do with the walking stuff. Pick up the sand real fast. Make this ground the ones we can move around on real quick. I also can go and take the time to make our polished peridotite. Not exactly what I wanted. So you can go through and finish flooring off the blacksmith, all that kind of stuff. Let's drop all you off. Now I've cleaned up some space. Alright, so I've got a bunch of peridotite. Well, I've got more rammed earth. Okay. Once I got rammed earth, let's go and just keep filling this thing in. Okay. And it'll be one of those things as well that every time I add like a new cellar down below and all that, and I end up digging out a bunch of this rammed earth to hollow the area out, I'll just get a bunch more back for expanding. Because that'll just be the border, that's the only thing there. Okay, so with that, I need to just grab myself a stack of you, and I'll get those planted. That's a lie. I need the sand. Let's see. Peridotite sand. There we go. So that means we would have gotten rid of one full stack of the roots for our reeds. Puts us basically at the same amount we started the winter with, so far as the reed production. Except now it's in a more convenient place where it's just being shoved in the middle. Okay, let's see how you're doing. We got weak tannin. We got a soaked pelt that we can go ahead and just scrape real fast. Weak tannin, strong tannin, strong tannin. Okay. So that one's used. Oh, that's weak tan. We need the strong tan. So let's go ahead and chuck you in here. Oh no, that's a scraped one. Alright, you go in here. Seal that to process it. And the rest of those are all waiting for hides. So if I'm going to take advantage of those, I'm going to just need a bunch of hides. You are ready to be broken to get the blooms out of it. And I'm going to go on the assumption here that we are not in a position to... Yeah, no, I'm going to be short from being able to make another one. So I'll drop you there. Put you there for when we have the rest of it. And that's to pulverize to get more iron. That does us no good. Oh, right. I am in need of clay. So just go here real fast and make a bunch of hammers. Or, not hammers, shovels. And let's go hit where I've got the red clay in the middle of the map. We can do that for a minute. And the good news is January is getting pretty close to done. We should start hitting the point where temperatures start warming up again soon. So I don't have to do this whole run to the fire limbo. I do need to go hunting. That's a thing that's going to need to happen. And I think for practical purposes for hunting, I'm probably just going to make like 5 stone spears and then just start pelting the hell out of animals with stone spears. Yep, no, I haven't bothered. It's not been that necessary. Like, we'll mess around. Let's make the spears. Right. We got finagle our inventory, so we could drop the rope ladders off, scooch this all over, probably take you off the bar. Alright, Luxray. You sleep well. Okay, so for the stone spears... I can grab some of these ones that I have just like 1 stone left of. Use soft. Use that, use that. You know what? I got a solution for you. You don't want to go into being a tool? There you go. Okay, so let's make some spears real fast. This is going to massively undermine how much I can carry with me because I'm going to have a lot of it filled with spears because they don't stack. But, like, the idea here is that I'll have enough spears that I can, you know, pelt Bambi when Bambi shows up. So we can hopefully get ourselves some fat, some meat, some hides. Keep the leather working going. Supplement our food a bit. We still have a lot of pies left. We could probably get through the entire winter before I run out of pies. But still. Okay. So our red clay is down in the middle of the island, so let's go ahead and work our way down there. I did hear something skulking around down here. I don't know if it's moved on or what. If we do run into any deer or wolves or whatever, we are going to hunt. Granted, the underbrush is getting out of control here. Part of me feels like during the winter, a bunch of the underbrush and all that should die back, kind of thing. Ow. Doesn't even hurt that much. You're just a jerk. I did see that Clay was back there. I'm just kind of peeking in here. Nothing to see over here. Just taking a quick look around. And that just exits out to the surface. All right. So what we're doing is we're checking for doors and ruins and stuff along the walls. All right. There's some brown coal. We got a ruined bucket, a Jonas part, and a lore book. There's a window through there. Let's see. That's fine. those just get destroyed, but there's bony soil down there. And we want the bony soil. Clearly, there's no texture for that one. Really kind of wishing I had handled this a little differently. It's all round planks down there. I'm pretty sure that was yeah, that's the room I was just in that I could see through the floor there. And I grabbed the that's weird. A ruined ladder that doesn't go anywhere. Ow. Oh, it is a party down here. Okay, so that trap door that's here goes in that same room. Alright, that was a little eerie. All the wolves simultaneously howling at the exact same moment. Oh, that's the way we came in. Let's keep exploring down here just a little farther. We want flint. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we fully exhausted this tunnel. Cool. Now I just need to get out, which should be right over here. Now as we fight all of that, and it all ends fine, and then some random wolf or bear just murders me. So I'm climbing up the mound for just a minute. So I can hopefully minimize where I can be attacked from. Okay. So what we can do here... So this whole cave system... We'll black that out. And blacked out cave means I've already done it. There's nothing there for me. I'm pretty sure those 4 were that cave system I was just in. Now, none of what I came down here for was supposed to be that. That was just a distraction that we got there. Unfortunately, my inventory's full. I was coming down there for the red clay, and it just so happened, you know, we had a cave system and explored that. Where? Alright, because we got 2 lore books. We got a Jonas part, we got some quicklime. We're gonna go ahead and work our way back home. I keep hearing growling off in the distance. I'm not a big fan of it. All right. So I don't really need the glass. We got some bony soil. That's a source of candles. So if we get a candle, I can go into that one storage room downstairs that's dark. And I can chuck a lantern down there so it stops being pitch black. We don't have to deal with spawns inside there. Obviously, most of my property is still dark other than the main building. So all of that's something we'd like to take care of. I can also check... So you... That's quartz glass? Oh, that's a bummer. Quartz glass has a lot more limitations than regular glass. I was actually like, let's make some leaded windows, but actually, you know what? No, it's fine. Okay, so we've got that. And go over here, and inside this room, I'm gonna hang a torch. That way, if I ever drop my torches at some point, that room where I'd actually use the torches to, you know, light fires or whatever, it's just sitting there right on the wall. Okay. We get a bunch of spears, sticks, all sorts of goodies. We can drop the arrow. So there's the arrow. Right now, I'll just put the Jonas part there. We won't probably use that for a long time. I do have you. Put our lore books up there. We did get brown coal, and I'm pretty sure brown coal is just basically a replacement for charcoal. Let's drop that off. Because it's black coal, that's the one that can do some more interesting things. We'll treat flint as that for right now, so you can drop that. So for the quicklime is basically used for slacked lime, or slaked lime, which is used for mortar. Oh, I need that. Okay. So we need to be making quicklime. Alright, so what do we need to make quicklime? We just need to cook lime. Alright. That is unfortunate. Alright, so I might have to do a run to, get a bunch of lime. Got some limestone there. Nope, I got lime. That's fine. That's bone meal. Okay. We can do that real quick. Because I need to make a bunch of click lime and all that. So lime. Cooking temperature is 825. You only burn it that much. Alright. So we're gonna go ahead and make quick lime out of that. Leaving doors open in the middle of winter? Yeah, why not? It's fine. Okay, we can grab you. Alright, little by little we're getting our place. Be more and more of a home. Trying to see how fast that cooks. And bear with me, chat, we're about to hit an ad break. I'm going to quickly eat my dinner and I'll be right back during the ad break. So thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a minute. Thank you, Niche, for tuning in. I hope you have yourself a good lurk. But I'll be back in just a minute, and I'll see you in just a few. Thank you again for tuning in. Alright, and I'm back. I just had my food sitting right there and just... It's been tormenting this whole time and I wanted to eat it. So, the moment we caught an ad break, jumped on that real quick. Alright, so we're making as much quick lime as we can. I am going to need to do a run where we just dig up limestone. Or chalk or whatever. We should have a couple places I can do that nearby. Okay, so you're slow is what the answer is. That's fine. Alright, because we need to make the quick lime for mortar. And then we'll need to use that mortar to put together refractory bricks to make our steel production. And that's a whole thing. And I kind of wish we could finish our big sailboat, because I feel like where that sailboat would be a perfect place for me to put the steel production. Since I could run in, feed the stuff into it, and then just leave it alone for a while, and come back later. And it would be nice to be able to get the kern also on the automation. I need more, more animal fat and all that. Because we get that more animal fat that I can go and make more transmissions and clutches so I can just activate and deactivate machines. That's like tear apart stuff or whatever. Like, it's not a big deal to tear it apart because you get your materials back and all that. But still. Okay, so that's really hecking slow is what I'm learning. Alright, so I'll put the rest of the lime in there. We'll just let that cook. We're gonna go ahead and cut up another pie. Alright, with all that, so we got... Yeah, so let's go ahead and make one of those weak tannins into a strong tannin. So we got more of that coming in. Okay. So let's try once again... Oh, wait. We gotta drop off the bony soil and all that. So let's try again to get down here for the red clay. Now that I've kind of gone and explored that that mine, or that cave system, I don't really need to worry about going forward. Now that's the one we went down to earlier, and that cave system right there goes extremely deep. And the problem is we hit a tier 3 scorpion thing on the bottom, and at the time, it was just one-tapping me again and again. It'll probably still one-tap me. A tier 3 saw scorpion, or whatever it's called, is genuinely, I think, one of the hardest hitting enemies in the game. I heard you. I really don't like fighting you in this dense trees because I can't see anything. Oh, there's like 4 of them there. Are you stuck? Oh, tell me you're stuck. Okay, if they break free, I die. Okay. My point was being more like if all 3 popped out at once, they would just overwhelm me. I do appreciate when animals get themselves stuck and just kind of feed into your stuff. Alright, well, would you look at that? We just got ourselves 2 more fat, 6 hides, and a bunch of meat. And now I don't have to slowly lose my mind as I hear howling nearby and I can't figure out where it's coming from. Right, and that's a cave system that we ended up in looking for the red clay. This is our red clay right here. Not where I started digging it. I was digging it from this side. And we had this like whole area I went all the way down because I was just working my way through trying to remove all the red clay. Yeah, so we've got all the red clay found here. And we're just working our way back. Because I need more of this to make more of my fire clay. I also need more flint. I need more hopes and dreams. I need a whole lot of things. Okay. But I do hope that before the stream's over today, we can get the steel starting to be produced. So far as like having the actual like building with some steel to be sitting inside of it. Like, you know, just the room's heated, all that garbage. If you just do your thing over there, you can live. If you come over here, it'll be... I was warning you. Okay. I think this is a decent sized clay node. How is this game, and why should you not buy it? I mean, you shouldn't buy it if you don't want to spend money on it. I'm enjoying this game. I've got a couple hundred hours in it at this point. But you gotta make your own decisions. Alright, so first shovel should break soon. Yeah, if you don't have available time, you shouldn't buy it. Because it is definitely a game that can be an absolute time sink. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. You have no job, no life, it's perfect for you. Hey. You got the time and all that stuff. More fleshed out than vanilla Minecraft. Yeah, no, I'd definitely say, like, for... It came up earlier that people were saying, you know what, it feels like around, you know, Minecraft 0.8 or whatever, that Minecraft went one direction, and this would be like, if in an alternate universe, Minecraft went a different direction. So instead of Minecraft going for, like, a lot more of the whimsy and all that, if instead in this alternative timeline we speak of, that they said, we want our game to be, like, a proper survival game. I mean, you can spend as much or as little time as you like in it. There's absolutely enough content to keep you busy that long, if that's what you're asking. Alright, well, the last that clay is going to sit on the ground and think about what it's done. Oh, that's not how we get out of here, actually. How many bosses are in this? I do believe there are bosses on the story end of the things. This isn't the kind of game where you're really, like, I would argue the combat side of the game is kind of the game's weak spot versus the survival, crafting, exploration, all that kind of stuff is where it's really, really good. Like, the crafting has way, way, way more depth. But if you're looking like more of a combat-focused, bossing kind of game, then it's probably going to let you down. Yeah, no, fighting the wildlife is fine. They're dangerous enough on their own right. They're just rolling up on you and just one-tapping you in the back. You just craft for no reason? I mean, fun, enjoyment, progression. Okay, so we got 5 stacks of the red clay. Progression for what? Like, you keep building stuff and all that stuff. It's just not that kind of game. It's okay for a game to not have, like, an end boss that you have to beat. There are games like... You look at the game like The Long Dark. The Long Dark, you survive to survive. You look at Project Zomboid. Project Zomboid has no boss. I wouldn't say it's, like, a bad game or anything. You progress to get, like, better equipment, all that stuff. Why wouldn't you just play Minecraft over this? There's incredibly way more depth in the game and all that stuff. Like, crafting in this game isn't the same as Minecraft in the sense that you don't just, you know, hit a button and suddenly get a bunch of stuff. Like, I'm going to take these raw leather hides. According to UNC, what do you mean? What are you saying, UNC? Are you saying uncle? Because I'm not your uncle. Because that's weird. Yeah, so I put a bunch of lime water in there and the hides, and now they're gonna have to process into those, and then I'll have to scrape them, and then I'll have to make them into leather and all that stuff. Yeah, no, I believe there are... Yeah, I remember hearing that there are some story bosses. I haven't done them myself, personally. It's just not, to me, what I think this game is good at or whatever. Hey, I'm gonna go ahead and say just don't call me uncle. We're not family. It's weird. Alright, so lime's still going. How much longer do I have in those? 1 day. Thank you, Enoch. Pretty sure the person was just being a troll. Like, not even with that, like, also with the game itself. Alright. Could also just being a kid. It's hard to tell. Because you genuinely have times where people are just being kids, you know, whatever. Which it's fine. We don't have any... Like, we don't have a rule that's like, oh, how dare you, you're not allowed to be young, or anything like that. But at the same time, we do have a rule that we don't, like, discuss age or whatever. Because then it gets weird. But yeah, no, there's also times where people, it's like, you know, don't care what your age is. But also... like, that whole thing. Okay, and we got you. Yeah, no, and it was generally what was happening there was totally fine until it was like, don't call me uncle, and they kept going. That's where it's like, well, ship has sailed. Okay, get some more iron blooms going in here. Yeah, it was fine until it wasn't, right. Like, someone giving, you know, that kind of a nickname or whatever, it's a little weird, but, like, that's fine within itself. But when someone's like, hey, don't, that's when it becomes a problem. Okay. This will be a bunch more iron blooms. Yeah. Exactly. When you're asked not to do something, you know, you stop. Especially when you're in a situation, like, kind of the way to look at a streamer's channel is like, it's like their house. If you walk into my house, they say, hey, leave your shoes at the door. It doesn't matter whether or not you agree with the idea of leaving the shoes at the door. The answer is, if you want to be allowed to stay at that house, you're leaving your shoes at the door. You can certainly feel it's silly or whatever, but it's not your house. Okay, so you drop that in there. Let's grab that bush meat, because nothing really fancy we can do with it. Let's just get it cooked. And take the charcoal and chuck it down below. Now we had a bunch of quicklime. We're going to need to make mortar with it. Okay, so let's grab the quicklime and figure out what the heck that recipe was. Okay, so here's the quicklime. It'll start with that, and we'll see what we need to do from here. So with the quicklime, we could turn that into slaked lime or plaster. Plaster is just a thing for making fancy walls and all that. But with slaked lime, which you make doing 4 parts of quicklime to 1 part water. Oh. Okay. I understand. We're gonna have a little detour on that one. Because I'm gonna want a full barrel if I'm gonna bother with that. Right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually walk over here. Chuck the lime there. Grab more charcoal. Drop you in here. Get that going. Okay. So that's going to make 21 quicklime. Because what I'm figuring is I want 50 quicklime because a barrel can hold 50 water or whatever. Well, basically, we want to... Yeah, 21 would give me 57, so not quite a full stack. Alright, so the refractory brick 2. So I would use those for making the grating and the wall and all that. And you're going to need iron rods. And all that. Like, go ahead and get that going real fast. Okay. How big is the windmill? I believe it is 5 sails in size. And I do have the transmission where I could turn the stuff on and off as needed. I want to get another one, but I don't have the materials for it quite yet. I probably actually do after the wolves. Alright, so... refractory door tier 2. So I need 4 iron rods and 4 of those. Let's get to work on all that. But yeah, and so if you look at there, we got the big gear. They basically have little gear to big gear, and then on that one there, it's big gear to big gear, so it's a 1-to-1 ratio, and then back to little gear. So the spinning of the mill goes straight down there to the same speed. And then because I don't have the hammer hooked up, we're not losing torque there. This thing's not doing anything right now. It ran out of material. I will want to turn that off. But right now we don't have what we need to do that. Because then we can get the transmissions where I can turn them on and off as needed. Oh, you're going to need more firewood. Don't have any convenient right now. Let's just grab a stack from down here. Okay. So we need the iron rod. I need 4 of these. Because then we'll make a refractory door. Okay. Because then we will need to make a set of hinges. And I'll have just 2 extra ingots that we can just use for whatever we want. Hammers don't usually work like that, modded? I'm not running any mods to change anything like that, if that's what you're asking. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm using Napster for the hammer. Yeah. No, you're correct. I thought you were talking about the Held Hammer, sorry. Yeah, no, I'm using Napster. All it does is, instead of having to go and, like, hit each individual piece to move it around, I could have one that's just, like, a fill thing and it just slowly just finishes it. It's one of those things that after you've made, you know, a couple hundred things, you're like, you know what? The crafting's cool, but I don't want to do it. Like, I already done the thing a bunch of times. Go peek at how our, Alright, so you probably need 2 more. There we go. So we got the 4 rods. So now I'm going to need the hinges. Yeah, so I still have the option of doing the normal things, but we have auto-complete. And it still does it where each hit moves one thing, that kind of thing. It just saves me having to just shove it around, and it's a perfectly fun little mini-game. Just definitely one of those ones that after you've done it enough times, you're like, you know what? I'm good. Especially when you get to repetitive things. Like, you have one that you're just going to be banging out a ton of them. it could be a whole thing. Okay, let's see. I've got pickaxes and all that. So let's go get some of our other tools moved over to starting to use that. Well, actually, iron hatch door. Well, that's 4 ingots. I'm debating what tool I want to make next. Well, our shears are getting worn, so we can go ahead and make our iron shears. There's not enough technique to smithing, your opinion. Pottery is fun because you can figure out techniques and all that. Smithing doesn't really have any of that. Just a bit of technique and heavy hit. Yeah, no, you kind of just shift it around. Yeah, but this does work with the pottery, this does work with blacksmithy, and this does work with the knapping. It works a little differently for each one. Alright, for the last one here... I do have a spare prospecting pick. We already have an iron knife. Let's go ahead and make a hoe. Because I believe the hoe we have is getting low. And we are slowly moving, just getting iron and steel tools and all that. Alright, so with that we go boom. There's the hoe. There's my metal shears to replace my copper ones that we still have from the very beginning. For the refractory door, I need the bricks, so we go boom. Okay, so we've got the door. For anything else, I need those hinges that we care about. We got our refractory doors. We don't care about that. We don't care about the reinforced crate. That's going to be a while off. The rest is probably going to become wooden chest. For right now, I'm just going to chuck it in here. It'll save that for later. That there goes boom and Twitch starts buffering. Let's see, your friend, and you have a tool graveyard where you put all the almost worn out tools instead of break them entirely. Do you have similar? No, I use them till they break. The game can get enough clutter as is. It is a cool thing. Like I've done that kind of stuff in other games, like in Project Zomboid when I have like runs with katanas and all that. So, like, I'll take the time to just go and chuck all the katanas on a bed or whatever to, like, look at later and be like, that's how many katanas we've used this run, that kind of thing. Okay, so that's still processing the quicklime. We can go ahead and put you up there. Alright, so let's go to the steel making. Alright. Building a cementation furnace requires around 26 blocks of refractory bricks, which come in 3 different qualities. Each tier is robust against heat damage to the last. You will also need 6 refractory brick gratings and a solid or windowed iron door. Oh, that's a kiln door. Door. The window door, solid door. So the same number of materials, 1, you have a little window you can peek in. Well, crap, so it's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Alright, give me these back. We're about to use a whole lot of iron. Now the good news here is I actually do have more iron blooms. What would it take for me to make another forge? It's cobblestone, which is clay and that. So you're peridot? Peridotite? I got too much junk. Made those spears and they're nothing but trouble. Drop those off. Let's see here. Clay's down there. It's a U. Should be enough. So I'm making the 2 bars, and I'm going to have the Helve Hammer working on the plates. Let's see, when you make a mistake like that, what you often do, you just, with the kiln door in the ocean, you use creative mode to spawn the materials back. Yeah, no, that's fine. I plan on having a beehive kiln later anyways. I was like, okay, that's not really what I needed right now. So let's see. For the iron door, windowed, so it's 5 and 2. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, and... let's also get the iron blooms in our inventory, because we're going to have work to be done here. Oh, while that's going, let's quickly chuck the hoe on the shelves to clear up some inventory. Okay. We're splitting our time between working the blooms for more ingots and getting these plates made. We'll try and get this to restock our iron. Oh, it might show if you do !mods, it might list it. It was something like more information, something like that. Yeah, I do have some UI mods that give me stuff like workable temperature, how long. Yeah, I think it's extra info is the one we're looking at. It's either that one or status HUD. I think it's extra info, though. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay. Alright. So we'll try our best to just get the iron blooms done as quickly as possible. Oh, those are getting low. Okay. So that should be the last of the plates. And they'll be able to make the iron door. Alright. So I'm just going to try and keep on working these. Just trying to keep an eye on how it's going along. Okay. Quicklime's gonna go in the other room. Okay. But yeah, so this is a thing that what I'm gonna let happen is I want to keep you going. I'm gonna let the blooms on the left, I'm going to let that charcoal run out, and when it does, I'm going to leave the Hellhammer to work on this, and I'm going to work on the quicklime for making mortar and all that kind of stuff. Right now, I've already got the fuel in there, so I might as well put it to use in the meantime. But we can make our iron door. But what we need to do is we're going to be building a little building that effectively you make what's almost like a little coffin thing in it, and then you seal it closed with the iron and charcoal in there, and then just basically get the whole room to be absolutely swelteringly ridiculously hot. And that's how you make your steel. But, that's going to take some time. And the thing is, once we get it built, you don't make steel very fast. You put it in there, and you kind of just keep feeding the building fuel. It just takes time. You wish you could take charcoal out of the forges, like you can with campfires. Also, still hot forges be able to automatically light new fuel would be great. Oh yeah, like with the fires, where if you take a hot enough fire and you chuck firewood, it just reignites. Okay. Forge on the left is getting pretty low on its fuel. So this might be the last one we get out of it before we end up swapping. All right. Because, yeah, processing iron just takes time. Like I said, the big thing there is that you'd use that hell hammer. So you get to this point where you get like 1 or 2 hell hammers going, you just keep putting the blooms down, run around, work on stuff, go and swap them all out. And it can go very smoothly if you do it that way. Right now I'm not too fussed because we're getting kind of towards the tail end of winter. We're about to finish the month of January, then we'll go into February, and I believe once you're into March, you're starting to properly get out of winter again, if you're in like kind of the more temperate climates. And so at that point, we should be able to start using our greenhouse to get food going again. Yeah, I think that piece we've got in there right now on the left, it's going to be the last one. That's going to run out of coal any second now. Here, get close. That said, we sure got through a lot of them. I think we also have more blooms outside, too. So I think we're just going to be maintaining this for a bit while it just processes more iron. Then I'll just be running back and forth, you know, working the pit kilns, getting the cementarium, whatever it is called, get that thing built. Occasionally having to get myself food. I'll probably do that until I end up finding myself needing to go for a lime run, or otherwise needing a material run. Go. Dropped off all that. Eat our pie. Negative 4 hours, 10 minutes, but the other 2 are done. Yeah, it's fine. Let's drop off some of the art stuff. Drop off the quicklime for a minute. Got our door, we can drop that off for a minute. Yeah, it's not moving nearly as fast as I'd like it to. I'm curious why that one's going in, like, the negative timer. Just gonna leave it. It's fine, it's whatever. I need you to pick up the pace, man. Okay, so those aren't going to be anything we worry about right now. Alright, so I need to do the mortar in the meantime. I could do more if we got more lime. We'll let that run until it's coal exhausts. And then we'll just do the rest of the blooms later. Because I got a good stack of like 12, 14 more ingots here in a minute. It's gonna leave it alone, it's fine. Alright. Yeah, so next priority is going to be getting either flint for more fire clay, or lime for more quicklime. Now, if I recall correctly, where did I mark? Yeah, so there's limestone straight to the east of us. You know what? Here. You're just taking way too long, man. So we have some days the thing is just hauling, and some days it's not. There we go. Definitely should be one of those things that we can get a second sail going, and that'll help. But that'll be once you have lots of flax going. And we don't get to plant anything until we start seeing our temperatures go up a bit. Right now our temperatures are negative 20 C. I believe for us to start growing have to be getting to like around minus 5 C is I think when the first things become available. Actually, you take that one. That's fine. Anything I need to notice with the leather working? Got a little there. Okay. So we do have enough there that we can grab a bucket and consolidate the strong tannin. And then for doing more of that, I need lime, because we'd want more lime water at that point. The leather away for right now, because later on we'll want to do stuff with the leather. Okay, yeah, so go for the lime next so we can get a bit more quicklime, because my plan is to basically get a full stack of the quicklime. Actually, one second. So quick lime, so make slaked lime. Yeah, so, well, the barrel can hold 50. So I probably already have enough. Yeah, so we should deal with that in just a moment. It'll be really good to get all those transmissions on here. That's going to be a lot of animal fat and resin. And the resin we can actually make happen pretty easy. With the size of the islands and all that, we don't get that many animals not always getting fat from them either. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It's gonna be low enough. I'm not gonna get more of you done. Oh, no, I could get you done either. Okay, that's the last one. So with that said, put the hammer up. Alright, so let's go figure out the quicklime situation. So, we got our quicklime. We got our bucket. So according to this, the amounts are, for slaked lime, 4 quicklime per water. So I'm going to get a 1-to-1 relationship between the quicklime and slaked lime. So those barrels only hold 50. You look terrible. Alright. Should be around 12. Okay, if I take 2 out... Slaked lime. Cool, so we got our slaked lime. Then go slaked lime, and for mortar, I combine it with sand. Oh, I've got sand. There we go. Oh, in a mixing barrel. I may have made more mortar than I needed to make. Because that is 384 mortar. That's fine. It just means I don't have to worry about it for a little while. Okay. So with that, we can go to the transmission, take that off. Put that down for right now. Okay, so we've got our mortar. Okay, so for the mortar, we can use that for a whole bunch of bricks, but what we care about is the refractory bricks. Which are here somewhere. Okay, so it's surrounded with that. Okay, so let's check the steel working real quick. So steel... It's so weird that when you type steel, it doesn't show up for this. Alright, so I will need 6 gratings. Alright, so let's get that started. So there's our bricks. 1, 2. So I got those started. All right. So game mechanics, steelmaking. Building a cementation furnace requires 65 blocks for factory bricks. Become different tiers. They're robust against heat. You need gratings and a solid or windowed door. Build 2 coffin sections and 2 lids from either granite Anderson balsite or peridotite. Place the 3x2 flooring grating in the middle of it. Place both the stone coffin sections opposing directions. So it creates a so you can create a larger container. With control right mouse, click on the coffin to outlining show. Okay. So there's a whole lot of words for. We need to first put this back. There we go. Now, it's not my very first time doing steel, but I remember it being a whole thing where it's just figuring out like what specific thing I needed to trigger it to give me the pattern. So I do already have the rock. So the coffin is chisel and hammer, and the lid we'll deal with later. Then go over here. And go chisel, hammer. Cool. Yeah, because remember this being the biggest project. So I got a couple options where I could put this. One is I could try to shove it over here in this area. That might be a little snug and that boat isn't going anywhere until I get some more fabric. The other option is I go over here because we have right below here. I've got a storage room and it goes just to the end of there. Like right around here because it's 7 tiles. So it'd be boom, 1, I can't actually see. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So there's the wall. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then that's the end of it there. So I could go over here. This whole area should be good for me to do it. I can put my steel production kind of like in this ballpark here somewhere. And I think that would be okay. Because it's also possible that maybe then I can adjust that ramp and have it feed into the bottom area, so I just walk over and plunk it in there. I think I might go with that. Because then I can put the steel production here, and we could still put our tannery right there. So the first thing that needs to happen is I gotta pull this up. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just shove a couple of tiles underneath here of just whatever kind. And then I'll put the grate on top of it to elevate it by 1. Then I can figure out where I'm putting it from there. Let's grab some dirt. Grab some quick, low fertility dirt, make some more ram soil, and just shove it underneath. Because eventually I want to expand this way anyways for putting an orchard or whatever. What's your bricks? Right now it's 2 because I need steel to get 3. Right, so put that down there for right now. So we get that. Okay. So that outline is where I need to build this whole thing. And I remember the last time I got really confused because I'm like, what part of this is the door? I think this is intended to be the door right here. Okay. So unfortunately, I can't do much more with that right now. Yeah. No, that's, the thought about going under is I've got the tunnel underneath here. I'm gonna just connect the tunnel to go underneath it so I don't have to do a whole bunch of work. That's my intention, because it's gonna take me a little time. Because the last one I did literally have it where I just dug down underneath and had to feed it, which is fine. Like, it's not that big a deal. But the last time I did a playthrough, that's the way my setup was, where it was, I think it was up 2 tiles that I had like a stairwell up to it. But it was still one of those things that I just kind of ran up and just shoved stuff into it. Alright, so we've got all the mortar we could possibly need. So, for more fire clay, like a lot, and I mean a lot more fire clay. What is going to be our best bet? Because for the fire clay, we can use powdered calcite flint. Which we get from grinding regular flint. Which means an absolute F-ton of flint. I don't know the best way to get a whole lot of flint. You can find flint in most places. It's on the ground all over the place, and you can mine for it in higher elevations. Oh, we got some compost. They can't do anything to combine any of the rest. Hey, Azrael, how's it going? Let's see. Oh, I'm out of charcoal part. Right now, I'll just chuck that in there. Till we can farm, it's not urgent. Doing good. We're working on getting the steel and all that set up. Can we get a shout out for Azrael? And then after that, a shout out for Treacle. But for those who don't know, Azrael, fantastic content creator, does a lot of simulation games and all that. So if that's your jam, you could find it over there. And then we'll have Treacle. Let's see. You and your friend just passively gather flint from the ground. Whenever you're out in the wild, you grab flint. If you got space in your pockets. Yeah, no, we were doing a bit of that earlier. The problem I have right now is everything's all covered with snow, so it can be hard to see the flint now. So I kind of wish I had grabbed more earlier. So what we can do... Oh no, you're all good, Treacle. We can go looking for a bunch of stuff. And go get... That's no fun. Yeah, part of it... Yeah, no, exactly. Part of it is with our map, we've set our water to be much higher than normal. So what I mean by that is, like, there's just way more ocean than normal, because I wanted to have, like, an ocean island kind of playthrough, and it's been a lot of fun. But we've had a couple of things that have been, like, weird weird, like, oh, this is an outlier thing that's kind of rough to deal with. It was stuck in the earth. You can do it the norming way and just pan for Flint. See, like, if it was me just playing on my own, like, not on stream, I could absolutely see just turning on a show and then just right-click, right-click. I mean, I'd probably even set up a clicker that just right-clicks every couple of seconds and then left-clicks or kind of thing, since it is just going to be a repetitive thing. I don't use auto-clickers, right? Actually, I don't even think I have one loaded. Oh, we're cold. That's fine. We'll take this back. Make yourselves a meat pie soon. Yeah, no, it was stuck being merged in the earth, so we did it as solid. It was clearly suffering. The whole two physical objects attempting to occupy the same physical space issue. Always get you. Yeah, so you're looking around and you're not even seeing like any stones on the ground anymore anywhere near my base because I picked them all up. Whereas normally there'd be a lot more space in between. All right. Yeah, no, it's all good. I don't need an auto clicker program right now. I've had ones I've used in the past. But I do appreciate it. Okay, we can scrape you. Start making leather out of that. Yeah, no, we've got the stones. My comment is more, I've been in this area this whole time, so we've picked it pretty clean. Like, once I get away from the house a little bit, it won't be so bad. But nearby the house, we've, kind of gone for it. But yeah, with the forest right here, it has been a little bit of a pain for some things. Right, okay. Just how far I had to go to find Borax. That we had to go way up there. And thank you to the follows, or that's not what is all is happening. Thank you for shouting out Treacle. Treacle's another fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays a lot of fun stuff like Rimroll and all that over there, so definitely check them out. Good times. Highly recommend. So you're not expecting what appears to be a Minecraft clone, perhaps Minecraft inspired. Yeah, no, it's literally to the point that it's, what is it? You can add a thing that goes and it puts a message up on your screen that says, this is not Minecraft. But, islands, although all that water on the map is floor with stones on it, on your mind. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. Alright, well, let's see how long it says the... So that's 15 days. That's fine. Yeah, no, it started as a Minecraft mod and became its own thing over time. Alright, where do I think I should go for chasing Flint? Because basically what I need now is fire clay. And a lot, well, I mean... fire clay. Like, a lot of fire clay to make this. Where do I know I could find bauxite? got some bauxite over there, just east of us. Let's check on our supply. Yeah, so want bauxite. You've got wolves, bears, moose, all that kind of stuff. There's also, like, enemies unique to the game. They're kind of eldritch sort of things that are called the drifters. Yeah, the problem is there's no bauxite gravel. It's like one vein of bauxite. I haven't seen a bauxite biome anywhere on the map. Oh yeah, and the saw scorpions that murder her face. How do you pronounce the name? Rual Storge. It's a name I made up in high school that stuck around as a screen name, so I usually don't fuss too much when people don't get it quite right. Because young... Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa! We almost made a big mistake. I don't have my lantern on me. Because it gets plenty dark at night. It's funny just how much your runs vary. My other run, I literally had like 2 or 3 fire clay pits I found. So when it came to building this, it was just all like the getting the other stuff to grind up. Like the olivine and all that took time, which is not a big time sink. Both of those are pretty common. Versus this one, it's like I've been having to make my fire clay every step of the way. I'm finding that very comical, or it teleports me inside. Yeah, I'm pretty sure... There we go. I just needed my lamp. So as it gets dark, I don't struggle to see anything. Alright. Leaving the house, take 2. But yeah, no, it was a mod way back for Minecraft. And then the devs behind the mod were like, you know, the Minecraft, what's going on here is too limiting for us and all that. We're going to go make our own thing, and they made their entire own engine and built it all out and everything to make Vintage Story. So while, yeah, it's still a voxel-based game that's procedurally generated and all that, the worlds look very different so far as, like, the nature of the world generation and all that. So they do have, like, a shared ancestry. So you also use that name for your email then, right? Oh, the Rual Storge? Yeah, no, I use that for the email as well. I have the contact information in the About page. You know, that way when we have people like reach out because they want to have me play their game or sponsor or whatever, it's almost exactly southeast to where we saw the bauxite. I'm really hoping the sailboat's pretty cool, because that's actually one of the big motivators for me doing the ocean map, is the sailboat was one of those things people were like, you should make the boat, but on the other playthrough I only had some like moderately large lakes. And it's like, I mean, I could, but I'm just going to sail it from this side of the lake to the other. I'd rather just make a bridge and run across it at that point. And so we made a big, like, water world, so it's like, okay, now there's a reason. The sailboat is amazing. I mean, for the effort you put into it, it's got to be good. Otherwise, it'd be a huge letdown. I would be working on it right now, but we need fabric, which means flax. You know, or just killing an absolute ridiculous number of enemies. But even then, you know, one piece of flax sometimes per enemy and it's 4 to make a thread, then 4 thread to make a fabric. That is a lot of grinding. But hopefully pretty soon we'll be ready to get into the, getting into growing stuff again. You can't grow flax? You can, but it's in the middle of the winter. So even with the greenhouse, it's not quite enough. So we're off season. But as soon as it warms up enough, we'll get it planted. And thank you, Nick, for the tier 1 sub. I believe that puts us up to 100 plus points for the month, locking us in and all that stuff. So thank you, first of all, for that sub and the 29 months you've been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate it. And also, on top of that, you know, I'm not sure if that was the sub that pushed us over 100 or there's one I'm not thinking about earlier. But, you know, thank you so much for everyone. You're at 108. Wait. Did I miss a bunch of subs earlier? We had the ENX sub earlier. It must have been some subs renewed, but didn't, you know, didn't like do the announcement. But thanks. Yeah, no, definitely. I appreciate that because that locks us in. I can't remember if that's the 2nd or 3rd month locked in. But the point still being that sorts this out. Hey, where did we see that box at? Because remember, it wasn't like the whole thing was boxed. It was like a vein of it or something like here. Oh yeah, it's like way up there. Thank you so much for the hype train, and thank you, Tay-Tay, for the tier 1 sub. That is, 5 months you've been subbed to channel. I really do appreciate that. That's, you know, heckin' generous, so thank you so much for that. So give me all the box it. There's olivine way up there. Okay. And thank you, Trico, for the 100 biddies. And thank you again, everyone, for all this support. Like, it does mean a whole lot. Really couldn't do this full time without, you know, all the support everyone. Oh, I have lots of olivine back home. I've had no problems locating olivine. You are right, it is important, and you do use it. We actually cleared a an olivine vein just earlier today, just nearby my base, just ripped it all up. I think I actually know where there's like 4 or 5 olivine veins. Okay. Just getting all of this we can before the storm arrives. Alright. I'm pretty sure we're dying of cold now. Okay, that'll do for now. You can eat this. That's gonna kill me. Oh, there's no way I can get the, I say there's no way I can get a fire going. I was aiming to jump in the water and it just happened to catch that little island. Cool. Oh, hey. Resin I hadn't found before. Cool. It's fine. I'm not too worried about it. I've literally got multiple spare rafts at this point. And we did switch previously to keep our inventory just because with the water world thing, it takes so long to get everywhere. Yeah, no, it's interesting because last time I didn't turn on any of that stuff. Last time I did keep us dropping our inventory, but it was one of those things that I didn't tend to venture out too much and explore too far because of it. You know, you just risk your inventory for no real reason. Alright, there's the bauxite being processed. Go retrieve our raft. Because that was the primary goal there, was to just get the bauxite. Okay, so we got bauxite going on. That's fine. The next thing I need is I need flint. I need flint or just straight up fire clay. Now, what I'm leaning towards doing this time is we take this raft over where we had the bauxite, we'll pull this raft, put in the other raft, and then I might try just setting out east into the horizon. And the reason I'm thinking that is we're going to see if we can't get lucky and just find a bauxite gravel area or something. Because so far, you can see we've explored this continent down here. We have not found a bauxite anything. None of these over here are bauxite at all. Quick question, what setting did you generate the oceans, like 50% ocean? Yeah, so there's a one that has to do with like how much water is on your world in general, and I turned that to 50%. Or I think it's like, it says like land coverage, and normally it's like 90-something%. And I kicked it 250. And by setting the world at like 50% water coverage, it naturally made it ocean. I'm half tempted to change the map from this style. Well, we're not prospecting, so turn that off. From this style to you can have it show the actual colors. Yeah, no, you'll have to make a new world if you go to change those kind of settings, because any world generation setting usually is going to cost you a new save. I should have left that open. Yeah, no, I normally do. Like I said, we'll go over here, we'll retrieve our other raft, and then maybe we'll do a quick reload with that. I'm curious, I'm assuming with the way the game works. Oh, there's a command to do it? Alright, I'll bite. Yeah, nuts, I figured. I'll just wait till we get to the other one. But yeah, and I'll go ahead and exit and enter. If I'm going to have to do a reload anyways, I'll just reload. Yeah, no, I figured that was going to be the case, is as you load the chunk, it would color it, so the rest will have, like, the not colored map, but as I circle back over stuff, it'll fix it. Because that way, like, later on, where I'm like, oh, I should find slate, I can go and just look where I've explored. Because you'll notice I was doing that earlier, like, I've got that marked that there's limestone up there. I've got that marked that there's slate up here, which I'm going to go ahead and delete that pin, because I've got slate in a lot of places. Yeah, no, map generation is a different thing. But yeah, anytime you mess with the map generation, weird stuff's gonna happen. So now we do. So we chuck you in there. Chuck you in there. Didn't bring wood with me. See if we can't quickly find a little bit of wood on one of these islands to make myself a campfire. Oh, you're talking about the world gen? Yeah, no, world gen, like, yeah, you can change it mid-save, but a lot of times you're gonna get weird issues. Okay, need just one tree to cut down. Or enough driftwood. How's it going, Pelanova? Just happen to notice a couple of flint right there. We done product zombie for the day? Nice. Okay. You only died one time this time? That's good. Yeah, limiting the deaths is always good. Yeah, no, there's a bunch of foxes. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm actually heading away from there, I probably would have potentially hunted them for a bunch of, like, fat and fur and all that stuff. Well, hides. Yeah, not boop their snoot. It's like really aggressive booping. Alright, so what I'm going to do here in just a second is we're going to do a quick reload as soon as we're warmed up, just to turn on the map where it's got the actual colors, so that, you know, in the future we can kind of see what's going on so far as, like, is this a chert tile, is this a bauxite tile from places we've already explored. I have no idea how the map demonstrates, like, the map view thing. I see the command there. I'm always a little bit leery about using commands. You know, if it's not something, like, really minor, like minimap on off. So with that one, with the command, I'm like, yeah, I'll just do the settings that I know work. Because you do sometimes get a little bit extra information than you'd necessarily want from that. All right. So let's go save and leave world real fast. You go single player, this, customize. Where are you at? Color accurate map, apply, save, and back in. And all that's done is it just takes the all it's gonna do is take the map, and instead of being like tan to browns to show elevation, it's gonna show like the rough, accurate color of the ground. So you see like little blotches of green and all that for like trees and whatnot. For areas that's like churred, it'll be kind of a bronze color. For areas that are like bauxite that we've been, you'll see it's kind of an orangish red. Makes the map quite a bit more colorful. Oh, goody. No, 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 no. Yeah, so you see it's like regenerating, not regenerating, it's re-clearing the map as we go around. Right now it's all showing as snow because, you know, it's winter. And I suspect it will like slowly clean itself up as we move around. Is it tripod? No, it's Jeffrey from Toys R Us. You know, he's just been finding new work since after the stores closed. Getting awful close there, Jeffrey. Look, man. They're gonna be letting Jeffrey go soon anyways. You know, couple incidences with the children. I checked your assumptions yesterday and figured out while bismuth bronze tools have more hit point, they're slower, so you don't want them. Instead, you just smelted the bismuth straight into bars, then plates. For nicely colored lanterns, it smelts with just sticks too. On its own. Oh yeah. Okay, so you're like going for like kind of the rainbowy colored ones. We need a giant cog for the workshop. Yeah, it's a shame you can't take those. Like all the cogs, and then you know, Jeffrey roaming around out there. You can go towards him, and he just keeps kind of drifting away. Like I haven't been able to like get to him or anything, even trying. Yeah, so we're going east looking for islands. And we're just ignoring the temporal storm. Because I do know the areas we've been, we haven't seen any meaningful amount of bauxite gravel. But that's also an interesting one that as we go back over, when we go back in there in the future, when the snow melts, it'll like re-render the area as we do stuff that updates and everything. It just is how it is. I mean, honestly, that's good because it's less of a flashbang every time I pull up my map versus that. Actually, I can see there's a little bit of ground over that way. But I had just a little bit on the outside edge there. We're in no rush. I don't want to make landfall while we're in the middle of this nonsense. We do have some armor now. It's done us relatively well, but it is only tier 1. Well, I guess the fabric helmet's tier 2. Alright. You're just carrying too much crap on me. That's fine. We're exploring right now. We only have to worry about inventory if we find something, and then we can deal with that. Like, ultimately, if it comes down to it, if I find, like, something good that I would want these inventory, we just chuck our spears and shovels into the ocean. Okay. Keep not being able to tell if I'm seeing some over there, it's just my eyes. There's the land. And like before, we will take the time to survey as we move around. Again, just in the off chance that later on we're like, oh man, I'm out of iron. I need to find a place with iron. If I can find like an ultra high place with hematite or whatever, then I don't have to worry about that. And also, you never know if this will be the island. This is like Borax Island or something like that. Okay. You're going for a huge black coal deposit? Yeah, you mentioned the black coal. And the only thing it looks like black coal can become is blasting powder, which you can then use for bombs. Because that came up when I was like, oh, I need fire clay. I was like, oh, can I use that instead? But I don't see it there. Because I checked the fire clay and it literally only mentioned the calcinated zinc. So, Temporal Storm, if you could just, like, back off for a minute, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate your cooperation. You're a jerk. You know that? Fine, I'll back off to the storms. In a big deposit, fire clay will be underneath the coal in huge quantities. Not a big spoiler, it's bottom of the fire clay handbook. Did a timer? Oh no, it's just, it felt like it was getting close to done, so I didn't like sit down and be like I had some timer that was going to run out that I knew it was going to end. Just kind of the gut, okay, it should be over around now. And also, mostly, I just wanted to actually get in here to do the next thing. Very poor cinnabar and borax. Yeah, so you're saying... Right, let's actually double check that. So, fire, clay. Where to find fire clay? Fire clay can naturally be found in areas of bauxite sand or gravel in small patches on the surf and underlaying black or anthracite coil deposits in large patches underground. Let's see. It can also be crafted from powdered flint. Okay, well, now I understand why people are like, you know, the black coal thing. I believe that came up before just, you know, 30 seconds went past and I forgot about it. One second, I'll deal with freezing to death in a minute. Okay, very poor cinnabar and a whole lot of nothing else. I need to dig in here somewhere so I can set a fire. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Very poor tin. We're gonna go land here in a minute and start a fire so we don't just die for no reason. Yes, we got lots of chalk and other good stuff here. One, two, three, four. Okay. Brass. You. Does your hunger go down when you're cold? No, not that I'm aware of. But it does go down quicker if you're injured. Which we were. Because you heal faster. Like you basically are trading health and hunger. Alright, so we're just gonna chill here while we warm up real fast. Well, in that case, let's look for the black coal. Because that's what I'm hearing. And if I'm not mistaken, we did actually see some earlier. So far as areas. Yeah, so there's minuscule amounts here. Okay, so it goes up to very poor. So we got 2.25 is the highest we got there. 3.9 on the micro island. And nothing up there. That's not a great amount, but I'm willing to take my chances at 3.9. We'll go ahead and keep scouting this area out, though. Oh, let's switch this back so I still see my pins. So I'll quickly scout up this island real fast. Pretty wild set of islands. Yeah, so we can check out this island real fast and just do their surveying out here real quick. But yeah, then we can try going and just digging down in the one spot, seeing if we can't find the coal. I do have the rope ladders. I probably need to go down to where I left those, which is by where there was some titanium stuff. That you use to make the even higher refractory bricks. Unfortunately, I can't use those till I have steel. So it doesn't help us. We can go and grab the ladder and see what we can make out of that. Okay, minuscule amounts of the coal here. Oh, we got some easy flint. I also need the limestone, so this works out doubly good. I haven't mined these flint veins to get an idea. Like, am I getting just one piece of flint per one of these? Am I getting a handful? I'm hoping it's like a good, like, 4 or 5 at least. It's something. We're at 20-some already. Go ahead and finish out that stack of limestone. Because I do really want the lime for my leather working. And where we left our rope ladders is over there. We're gonna pop down here, leave one peg there, and then we'll circle back up. Because we're lucky, maybe that island will have a higher chance of the coal, and then we can just triangulate where we have the highest odds, and then just dig down and hope for the best. I'm assuming that's another one that is relatively deep, since it seems to be a pretty late game material. One, two, three, four. So minuscule here as well. Since showing minuscule for the coal we're looking for here, I'm going to go ahead and hit this area farther south. Just trying to scout these islands out. Because if any show them like decent or anything like that, we know that's where we're going. Because right now it's just shy of 4% is the best we've seen. And there's none this way. Okay. Take like one spot of red clay there. Okay, so far we've got minuscule black coal over here. We do have the area to the north, or to the, we do have the area that's got like 4% we'll want to check out if we don't see better. Let's see. So your last pin's way over there, that's fine. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. That's what I gotta get out for. So 1, 2, 3. Still minuscule on the coal. The good news, it looks like we got tons of limestone and all that over here. Like there's been limestone and chalk and all that, which is something we found bits and pieces of, but we've got a pretty good spot in this area. This is an interesting consideration. So 1, 2. 3. Okay, so none over here. That's looking pretty unencouraging for the black coal in this area. So 1. 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. I mean, a good spot, but not for what we're looking for right now. Very poor borax. At least we have a place marking some borax beyond next to nothing. It's actually not an awful spot. Alright, it looked like ore to me for a second, so I was like, what? Okay. So 1, 1, 2. That's not the right pickaxe. Alright, so I gotta go over here and sort this out. I thought I had switched pickaxes and I didn't. So 1, 2, 3. Alright, we moved up to pour borax. And I'm just collecting this because chalk can be made into lime. Okay. Yeah, and pretty soon we'll head back to our main island. Well, actually, sorry, we'll head down to grab all the rope ladder from where we were going for the Illonite or whatever. That'll be the cold once again. Okay, nothing we care about over here. Well, actually, still very poor on the borax. So we'll tuck in over here. Get ourselves a fire in our survey spot. Actually a pretty sizable island. Yeah, this will probably be our last survey spot too. For this island, that is. So limestone. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. .6 might be one of the higher values we've seen the borax at. And where we did find borax, we did fully deplete it. We can't just go back there. Grab more of this for the lime. Okay, so we got that basically surveyed. So let's go ahead and we can choose the coal. So what we're going to want to do is over here, where you see the titanium ore, that's where we're going to want to go and pick up our pickaxe stuff. For the coal, it'd be this island up here is at 4%. So I figure we come from over here straight west, grab our ladders, go up, and probably stop by the home and come back out so I can get rid of the spears. Yeah, because we're looking as that spot. Straight on west. Because I can make more rope ladders, but I don't really want to. This rope ladder was what? Sticks and rope? Yeah, no, I remember it was kind of costly on the rope side. It was like 2 per ladder segment or 2 per set of ladder segments or whatever. Still, that's not a bad one. We found limonite, which is the titanium. So we found another good spot for that. We found an okay-ish spot for borax down here. Yeah, 2.6 is pretty okay. Got another area marked. Yeah, so you can see how much I've been surveying, where I survey most of the coasts. When we go in, we try and like go in and find stuff, and we got like lots of bismuthite over here. Cassiterite is there. Native copper, we've got a bunch there. More native copper up here. Native copper over there. Very high nickel to the west there. I'm looking forward to when it's not winter and we get colors other than white on the ground. The classic. At least it's not as bad as Product Zomboid. I love Product Zomboid, but man, if you play like the Cryogenic Winter mod or any of those, you genuinely sit there like, I just need it to not snow. I just need it to not snow so I can have a couple days where I'm not going like borderline snowblind from just the sheer volume of snow just piled up everywhere. Okay, so work on bringing that on over. But yeah, so we can go for the black coal, and we'll see how lucky we get with that. We did get some flint, which does help. We also got a bunch of lime, which is gonna be a whole thing. And yes, I did throw stone off the back of the boat. It's fine. Yeah, so you can see how the world generation is a bit different. Or not generation, the map. So this is what it always looks like before, but now you're seeing like kind of a green color because that's probably peridotite. This might be chert sand. Well, not chert sand, probably granite sand or something like that. That's probably granite stuff down there. So you can kind of get a feel for being like, okay, if I'm looking... Yes, this is a different type of sand down here. You can see like in this area we've got like 3 different types of ground material. So I could try and, you know, be like, oh, I'm looking for this. Right, well, I discovered that location, and I know the ground over there is whack. You do that. I do find it interesting how some of them it's showing the snow, and some of them it's showing it, like, just clean. I have noticed when it comes, like, going from spring to fall, or, like, winter to spring and fall to winter, you get weird stuff like... I had my last save was by a lake, and you have like you could see the border of like where the cellar grid was, because there would still be ice along the edges, even though the rest of it had kind of thawed. And so you even had like midsummer, it's 70-80 degrees outside Fahrenheit and all that, so like genuinely hot. But because I hadn't been to an area, you'd still see the ice there, and it'd start melting when I arrived. Okay, so just around the corner here should be where I put down the ladders. We're just going to go over there, we're going to find the ladders, we're going to rip them back up. Then get ourselves pretty close to a full stack. We drop by the house, we get the spears out of our inventory for a minute, drop the dirt, all that. And then we will head up towards where... we can head up towards where we saw the highest chances of getting the black coal from where we've been looking. Yep, and there it is. That's that rope ladder up. He's kind of bop. Yeah, the game's got good music. Eventually, it suffers from not having a wide enough range of tracks. They eventually go, okay, maybe I want to mix in my own music, but that's no different than like Minecraft and a whole bunch of the other ones that, unless they have a very, very large playlist, you eventually start kind of grinding down on it. Like, RimWorld's one of the only games that I can kind of see, like, listening to its music for pretty much ever. Most of the other games have, like, really banger soundtracks. Part of it's also you finish the game or move on before it has a chance to overstay its welcome. Like, Hard Space Shipbreaker has a really, really good soundtrack. But it's not a big soundtrack. But one thing that really, really works for it is just the fact that the game is not super long. Stupid sleep schedule. I know what you mean. Alright, give me 1 second. Okay. Now, I mentioned it earlier, I found it interesting. I was doing a bunch like number looking up on stuff. It's a thing that you do as content creators that you can't fully ignore numbers and all that, but you also don't want to like obsess over numbers. But like either can be bad. But it's actually curious how things are doing, and very genuinely I found it interesting that like on Soli Gnome and everything, that broadly speaking, Vintage Story was pulling better numbers than Project Zomboid has been recently. Not that Zomboid's doing bad, it's doing really good, but like Vintage Story has been like kind of a quiet, doing extremely well kind of thing. And it's just kind of fascinating to me, just because the hours I stream, a lot of times in the evening, there's not super that many people streaming it. Like, it's certainly done well for me. You looked at your average from this month last year and this month this year. You wish you hadn't. Yeah, but it's a good thing to know. Like, yeah, it can get into your head, especially if your numbers aren't doing well. I think fewer people are streaming Vintage Story. Lots are streaming Product Zomboid. Well, I'm also talking cumulative, like total viewers, as well. You're the only one you know that's streaming it. Yeah, no, it's doing well for me, but I'm saying, like, literally when I started stream earlier, for example, Vintage Story had almost 3,000 people 3,000 people watching it, whereas Product Zomboid at that time had about 2,800. So it's just kind of one of those things. I think it's low key. Like, there's probably a handful of people who are like really big in the category. Like, I know I saw someone who had like 900 people. I did recognize the name. But it's been interesting, though, for a while. It's not even those same individuals. Honestly, you find Vintage Story more interesting to watch than Product Zomboid? Yeah. No, that's, it was a conversation I was having on Reddit. That there was a person who was... Basically, their argument's like, you know, it's... Like, Product Zomboid gets criminally too few people streaming it. And it's like, okay, like, first of all, Product Zomboid's an amazing game. You're not wrong. But their whole thing was like, oh, there's so many creative and interesting ideas you can do it in. There's like all this sort of stuff. Like, it's a sandbox, you can just go nuts with it. It's like, alright, yes but no. Because on one hand, it is an open world game that you can kind of just make what you want of it. And typically that allows for incredible amounts of creativity. I'm going to go hit this island so I can warm up. I was going to just aim for it, but like, no. Let's pop in, warm up real quick. You know, and normally, like, these kind of games, you can do those big narrative stories and all that. But it's one of those things that you can do those as far as your character having personality and all that, sure. But when you go and you start peeking under the hood on Product Zomboid, for all the things it does really well, it does have its limitations as well. So, like, environmental challenges, like the cryogenic winter and all that. The unfortunate reality with how Product Zomboid works is, with, like, cryogenic winter, it's, you get a couple pieces of clothing, congratulations, you've solved it. The run is won. And that's unfortunately true of most of the environmental challenges in Product Zomboid. And then there's been a whole bunch of, like, and people are like, oh, well, what about a hot world? Well, Product Zomboid have no mechanics to counter hot, so you just, the hot world is you just overheat, and that's just the nature of the beast. We've done, like, the toxic fog, and again, it's, you get the gas mask and it's just solved, or if not, the fog shows up, you lock yourself in a closet, and then you fast forward. And so it's kind of one of those things that it's one of those things that for, like, those storytelling challenges, you can have a character who's got personalities like, I'm gonna go and get to Louisville. There's plenty of places like that. But a lot of those otherwise interesting challenges you can do in other games, Product Zomboid does have a lot of limitations due to how it's, you know, set up, designed, run, and mechanics. Like, a lot of limitations. Which kind of hurts it for a lot of that stuff. And then on top of that, there's a lot of the content around that type, like, you know, I want to build, you know, build my little mansion or whatever. That can work great for YouTube, but anyone who's built any sizable construction in Product Zomboid know that is a ridiculous time investment. It takes a long time. See, Euro Truck Simulator, for example. All you're doing is driving around making delivers. The creator makes a good watch. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. But the person's argument was like that this game should be, you know, basically a shoe-in for creatives. And it's like, it is, yes, kind of, sort of ish. But unfortunately, the game has limitations that really also make it not the best for that. It's great for recorded and edited content, and Product Zomboid is great for challenge kind of content. But like for the storytelling, usually that works really good with like collabs and that kind of stuff. But on your own, unfortunately, a lot of the time it devolves to kind of being the same thing. For better or worse. because ultimately you're going to be skilling up and being able to kill zombies, and whatever your challenge is, it's going to involve some kind of looting or travel, which means you're just moving around and killing zombies, and there isn't a whole lot of flexibility around it. And anytime people have tried to go, well, I'm going to do an unarmed run, or a only this weapon run, or an only that weapon run, and it usually ends up making it less entertaining, because sure, it's objectively more challenging, but now you're not even getting variety in your combat. It's all kind of the same, and that's the same with sprinters a lot of times. Sprinters can be that same way, where it forces you to play every encounter the exact same. Yeah, no, exactly. Like that, and that was kind of the feedback I was giving the person is, there's a reason why for content creators who stay in the category of products, so not people who hop in, they do a run or two or whatever, and then they hop out, but people like, they main Product Zomboid, or at least very heavily play it, that a lot of the runs you end up seeing there, 16 times pop, insane pop, sprinters, maybe not so much sprinters, but like really high pop, really sweaty try-hard settings, and all that kind of stuff. Because even on those sweaty, challenging settings, it is a very chill game that has a nice routine. It's got moments of very not chill, but it is, you just get in the rhythm and you can just have a conversation. But the another thing, that Product Zomboid was in early access for 13 years now. So to find new things to do required new content to be added to the game. Yeah. Well, and they have been adding new content. It's a conversation I've had a number of times that I feel like, unfortunately, the nature of how they're going with their new content, about like really adding a level of complexity with the crafting and all that kind of stuff, I feel like it's ultimately kind of hurt the game when it comes to a lot of, like, I like the depth. I think the depth is a bonus. But when it's talking, like, time and everything else, if you want to fight zombies, it used to be you'd sit there and spend, one day every couple weeks, and you just go on, like, a binger making weapons and all that, and spend maybe a day or two doing that. But with the new crafting system, it's like for every like 4 days of fighting, you're doing, like, 2-3 days of crafting weapons. So you just end up spending so much time with a little bar filling up above your head as you just fast forward. Up, it's time to nap the weapons, watch the little bar. Up, it's time to break some rocks to get some more, time to watch the little bar fill. And you get the idea of where the problem is there. That unfortunately it's just lots of fast forwarding while you wait for a bar to fill. Which is, not the greatest experience. I still think it's an excellent game that's very streamable. It was just what the individual was kind of hoping to get from the game. It's like, maybe with mods you can do some stuff there, but like as the game is in its current iteration, real limitations on there. All right, let's go ahead and grab like 4 of those. Oh. I think Ultra's stinking swipe. I mean, when it comes to the nature of Ultra's gameplay, Ultra's down to get like into sweaty try-hard stuff. No doubt about that. That's not a negative, that's just, sometimes you want to play some sweaty try-hard game. I play sweaty try-hard settings in a lot of my games. Alright, we're gonna need more pie. How much time you got left? 13 days? That's fine. Probably make this into a meat pie later. Yeah, but I mean, for a lot of games, that's a big part of what can make it a lot of fun. That a lot of times you're playing on just your base settings, the game can very, very quickly, get stale and all that. That sometimes you gotta make it sweaty tryhard. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that, and I'll be back here in just a minute. And thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Alright. You like it when streamers like Rual and Ultra do some sweaty tryhard stuff? Because you have no intention. Yeah, so there's definitely, like, when I play a game the first time, I'll choose whatever, like, the default settings are. Like, whatever they are. And I usually do a playthrough or at least some time in those settings. And then once I've done that, it's like, okay, am I engaged in this nut game enough that I wanna ramp it up? And a lot of times the answer is yes. Not always, because it also depends. I've spoken to it before that there is some games that they make them hard that, to me, it's a good kind of hard. That, like, oh, they made it so you get tougher enemies earlier, or, like, your stats go up slower, or, you know, these kind of things where it's like, okay, it's actually something to overcome. And then there's times where you go into it and you're like, okay, so it's harder. Alright, so now the boss has, like, a factor of 50 times as much health. Also, he one-shots you now. You know, and that's a very feels bad kind of hard, where it's just like, well, now it's just tedious as I'm, like, bullet sponging the boss. And that's not very fun. You also have other occasions where it's like, okay, well, here's normal and hard. Well, hard, everything costs, like, 50 times as much materials to craft. You're like, okay, but that's just tedious. Like, that's not harder. You've just said I have to grind more. There's definitely stuff like that. And I'd say that as someone who plays Project Zomboid with, like, 0 stats, which does make it more grindy. But yeah, no, you can definitely get challenges that, if it doesn't feel like you're making meaningful progress or there's too much repetition, that can be bad for enjoying harder difficulties. So, like, the perfect example of, like, you fight a boss, it's a hard boss, and the hard boss can be fun, but there's 10-15 minutes lead into doing an attempt on the boss, whether it's running through the map or having cinematics or big dialogue things or whatever, but there's something that is just takes you a lot of time. That can be a really bad experience because, you know, you have the fun of trying to overcome the boss, but you feel like you're just kind of slogging through this thing to get to that point, to the part you want. Because whether or not it's hard can be a whole thing. There's also a time where, like, hard requires you to play very, very slow and meticulous and cautious as you're trying to get to the boss. So you kind of just want to rush to the boss. But some games are particularly good at punishing you for playing too aggressively. So difficulty around that can be a very weird thing. There's a lot of games that literally just changing the difficulty is just make bad number bigger, make good number smaller. And most of the time that's about as bad as you can get for a difficulty scaling. Okay, so the hope here is that we find coal. This little island here has got the highest rate we've seen for coal. It's only 4%. So it's genuinely not good. So meanwhile, we'll get a fire to warm up. And then the plan is just dig straight down. Let's see, your favorite was Ghost of Tsushima, where lethal difficulty gave you and enemies significantly less. Yeah, no, I've definitely seen that, especially in like East Asian themed games and all that. I've seen where it's like, okay, what makes this difficult? Everything does more damage. Alright. It ends up changing your playstyle around it. Or they change the AI so it's like now the enemy can perform parries or whatever. And you're like, okay, well that changes a lot of my tact, because maybe before the strategy was to just, you know, immediately rush in and just start smashing as hard as you could. But now that they can parry, that doesn't work anymore. So 1, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3. Medium amounts of cold. Baby game for babies. Everyone's all like, you have to try and put effort, or just instantly get what you're looking for. Okay, so there's sulfur that way. I figure if we're down here, we should at least locate the sulfur. Huh. Alright, well I guess it's down. Right, so we had medium sulfur this way. I just want to tag the sulfur. Just so we can know where it is in the future. Huh? Wait, what? I must be between patches. Because I put a pin down here, and I found it. Then I put a pin here, and I did not. But then I put a pin there, and I do. So large sulfur, small amounts of flint. Okay, so it's below us. Okay, so there's the sulfur. Large amounts down here. Let's change our tact here a minute. The reason I'm thinking about doing it that way, just in case something spawns, I have a ability to do that. Why is we're still getting cold? I would imagine this far into the cave we would stop getting cold by now. Oh, we are starting to warm up. It's just going to take a little while. So I'm leaning towards widening the room here to be at least 6 wide, so I can go to each end of the room and be like, is it here, is it here, is it here? Plus, sulfur something other thing. Did Jedi fall in order to have a hard mode with realistic lightsaber damage from you, but also made you very fragile? Probably. That's like I said, that's been a popular choice for a lot of the skill games. Is just everyone does more damage, and that does give you the opportunities for certain encounters that are usually are easier ones of just blasting through it real fast. But then suddenly enemies you wouldn't expect become incredibly dangerous. Like your regular old boring stormtrooper suddenly becomes a major threat because they shoot you from half across the map, and if you're not blocking, they just drop your health. Alright. Very large that direction. Large that direction. Okay, fair enough. I'm also kind of low-key hoping that we'll just hit the coal deposit, pulling up the sulfur. Because now that we've located, this is actually one of the closer islands to the island we're living on. And it's giving me tons and tons of lime as well. Okay. I'm guessing the coal is right below us, by the way. Or as widespread as going from large to very large and all that. I'm guessing it was below us. Okay. So let's start hitting this one, see what it says. Medium amounts over there. It still says small amounts of sulfur. I'm not too worried if we have to go hunting for it. Huge amounts of coal over there. And large amounts. Like I said, I'm guessing it's below us. There it is. There is a hard limit, just like in Minecraft. There is like you hit kind of a I forget what the material's called, but you just can't mine any deeper when you hit it. Let's grab another pie. Yeah, I just don't know if it's bedrock in this game as well. But they do have a hard limit that once you get to a certain depth, it's like, nope, no deeper. Calls it mantle? Yeah. Same basic idea. Yeah, and supposedly we can find fire clay underneath us, which is what we're actually here for. We did find the sulfur and this next to each other. So in theory, I can make explosives now. Yeah, there is a soft limit of it does get more and more unstable the deeper you go. So it becomes more and more dangerous with the enemies. But you can just kind of power through that by just digging straight down, that kind of thing. But yeah, if you're living near the bottom, you're going to be dealing with a lot of threats. Oh, that's not really what I wanted to see here. Okay, there's not an angle for you to get up here. Nor here. There's grapple over there. Okay. So we'll do here. So I want to try and pull up this. And then, like, seal off this wall. There's way more coal over here than I gave credit for. I mean, honestly, as far as I'm going digging this way... do with our stuff. Oh, I should have left the ore up top. That's fine. Yeah, it's a huge node here, so I'm like, alright. If it says under huge node, you should find fire clay. It's like, alright. This is a very big node. This is like, I'm not going to need this resource for a very long time after we go through here. So I'm really hoping it's down here. So we're just mining away at all of this. Alright, come on. Hey, Yoshisuke. How's it going? Alright, let's switch from this wall to the other wall. Time to head back to work? Yeah. The reason I'm saying this is just going to keep going towards that cave. And I did notice that other wall, the coal's a little lower. No idea if that means anything at all, but kind of hoping that's like the bottom of it, quote unquote. Well, that was quickly depleted. Never mind, we'll just go right back to what we were doing. And this is the spot we had the best chance of finding it. We found the black hole almost immediately. The question is, if we deplete this whole thing, is it worth us continuing to dig down in search of more? Or being that as like only ranked as like poor or whatever, or very poor, whatever it was, does that mean this is most likely all of it? The good news is we're at calm for the area. Okay. Because it is quickly feeling like I'm depleting this. Alright. Should we go deeper as a thing that make a real miner cringe? Probably. Alright, well. Let's go ahead and start tagging random places and see if it says there's more ore or anything. Trace amounts of that and lapis lazuli. Trace amounts of coal over there. Trace amounts of coal over there. Small amounts over here. Very large amounts. So this is just a totally separate vein. Okay, so we're at large amounts. So we've either gone too deep or too far. Large amounts, probably too far then. Literally nothing up there. Very large amounts. Okay, so it's looking like it's below us. The question is just exactly which way. Not gonna be that way, we just did that. Medium amounts. Very large amounts there, and that's promising because that's also going to the same material we found the rest of it in. Check here. That's large amounts. Very large amounts. Is it still down more? Very large amounts. There you are. All right. Okay, so inventory is properly running out, unfortunately. Deal with that in a minute. I've got some stuff we can huck. Okay, so it's also in the claystone. Okay. Well, we're definitely going to have no shortage of this. And this is supposed to be, like, low amounts here, or whatever it is. This is, like, very poor coal, and we just keep finding more and more. It looks like it's almost two veins nearby each other. Okay. And I did deliberately dig straight to the bottom of it and start digging around the bottom. Just kind of hoping for the fire clay. Okay. Yeah, not the thing. Like, charcoal's easy to come by, but you can make this into blasting powder, which you use for explosives. I haven't messed with the explosives. Not really worried about explosive either. I find a lot of games the explosives ends up being more of a liability than an asset. We have fire clay. There's at least one block of it here. Okay. I'm really hoping we're getting more than that, though. Yeah, no, exactly. It's like, but I don't want to throw it away. This is useful material, maybe. Okay, there's a bit more over there. Because this is what we're actually here for, is all this fire clay. That's what I want to see. Made charcoal recently. Found it easier making a small room and stacking it on the ground than in a chest or urn. Oh, the charcoal? Okay, so I still got inventory space left. Stacks nicely to a square, blocks of 32. Yeah, it's an interesting situation there. Okay. So the good news is that means rather than going the entire convoluted way back up, I can just swim out the side. There's water in there. It's not like real life where it does all the physics calculations to, you know, figure out exactly where all the water should and shouldn't be and all that kind of stuff. Well, inventory's not doing good. Okay, as much as I want all the limestone, Chuck you all down in here. Oh, there's a bunch of it over there. That's good to know. Yes, this will be really good. I should be able to make a lot of refractory bricks for this, so that like the next time we play, I should be able to have the steel just solidly set up. All right. But yeah, so there's another whole layer of fire clay above this hole from what I saw. Yeah, so I think I actually do have two separate coal veins or whatever you want to go with in this spot, and they just kind of interacted weird because of the overlap. Okay, and we will grab you. Do we need so much clay? Oh, we will. We may not need it right this second, but oh boy, we will need that clay. So let's see. Oh, you go on for a while. Let's get some air. Oh, there's more fire clay. Okay. Yeah, but literally right above us, more. Because I'm going to need a lot of this, and this makes my life way easier if I just do this now. Yeah, no, there's a couple mods that let you give your character like RPG stats and that kind of thing. I'm not a huge fan. Well, I mean, I wouldn't mind if the game had some like stat gaining kind of stuff, but the class system and all that in the game, I'm not a huge fan of. All right. Let's see here. For moving stuff around, I think we're getting pretty close to spent here. You're not a huge fan of all this water? Yeah. No, the water's mostly bad news. All right. So I figure I'm going to keep picking this up till we run out of room for one or the other. Because needless to say, I am going to be in really good shape for quite a while on the coal and the clay department. Okay. And we're about to be full. It went one too far. Chuck that on the ground, that's probably fine. Okay, so we could go back into the mine and be careful and meticulous and go back up our tunnel system, or we can just sprout out in the ocean and just swim back to our boat. All right. So I would say that was a very, very successful journey. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-ish full stacks of fire clay. We got ourselves 8 full stacks of coal. We got a bunch of limestone, and we got a bunch of sulfur. So that was those ones, and it was only, again, a 4% chance, or like, the pin itself is like only 4% here for the clay, and it also, like, the sulfur is minuscule. So it is one of those things that, like, just because it doesn't say there's a high amount, doesn't mean it's not worth checking. It has to physically be present. It can't be not there. But sometimes it does seem like it's worth it that even if you get, like, very poor amount, if it's very poor amount, and you got, like, the highest percent pin, you can just drop down. Worst case, you don't find it. And I did leave the rope ladders there, because I can definitely see going back for more of that fire clay. Yeah, no, that was funny. I'm not sure if you caught the beginning of stream. Literally, I started stream, and we were up here, I think? Where were we? Yeah, we were right here. And so I was on this island, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go up here, and I'm gonna survey the, like, first spot. And we went there, and there's a piece of borax just sitting on the ground right there. So, like, I guess we mine. It was only an okay borax node. It got me about a stack and a half, but that's still good. Oh, the coal, looking under the coal. That's so it's like which condition? Yeah. No, that's because I know I read that before, but you know, I got lucky my last playthrough where I just had a bauxite area, and I just ran and found 2 whole areas of fire clay, so I never had to worry about fire clay in my last playthrough. You know, versus this one, I obviously didn't have that, so it was just a difficulty I hadn't run into before. And I was like, man, this collecting this flint and burning it sucks. Like, it's not the worst thing in the world, but I was just trying to do, like, the math in my head, being like, man, how many stacks of flint am I gonna have to go through to make the steel production? Hey, Sha, how's it going with your 110 stream streak? Really do appreciate that. Means a heck of a lot. You know, thank you for everyone hanging out tonight. No, that's good, because that means I don't think we have literally anything blocking us from steel production. It's just literally doing the work now. So, taking all that fire clay, mixing it with all the crushed stuff we've got, making our refractory bricks, burning those in the kiln, and just building the thing. I've already got like 500 mortar because I didn't pay attention to how much each thing gave me, so I may have made a little extra by a couple hundred. But, you know, that's fine. I'll eventually use it all. Those refractory bricks do get damaged over time as you use them, so they have to be replaced. I like how our building is fully lit up, even though there's not, like, a single light outside, so you can just see it for days. Alright. So that's an interesting problem. Okay, so... Right now you do that. Okay. So. This is a whole thing, isn't it? So you can go here, grab a stack of you. Oh yeah, no, we got some absolutely fantastic stream streaks. Alright, so we can drop a bunch of that fire clay in there for right now. So I got 1 stack here. We've got 2 things of crushed bauxite. Okay, we can put one of the things of crushed bauxite in there. Give me the crushed quartz. We have the crushed olivine already. Have some more coal. Okay, so for the refractory bricks... I wonder if it even matters where they're at. So I need a second stack of... you. So 1, 2... I wonder if it matters... Okay, so it doesn't matter. Cool. So we got a stack of those. So we can go up here. So I need to get more olivine. Which shocks me because we obliterated an entire node of it. That's okay, though. Grab 20 of that. 20 of that. 20 of this. You out of here. We could leave all that in there. Grab you out of there. Grab the raw bricks there. You can have more of that in there. Okay. Give me you. Drop you in. Drop you in. Okay. I was trying to see. Yeah, we can stack. Oh, that's brown coal versus charcoal. That is fairly inconvenient, actually. Okay. Oh, and I also have the sulfur chunks and all that. I forgot. Alright. Have your sulfur chunks right now. And you have that piece. Okay, let's put the ore back in the boat. I don't need it on me. Alright, so let's go in here. And we can start by putting down all of our raw bricks into all of our pit kilns. So, boom, boom. Yeah, no, the, like, ore paddle, yeah. No, absolutely. I wonder if you can mix. You cannot. So it looks like I'm going to need to do a olivine trip. So you down there. You here. Cool. Now I need to go out here real quick. Do I have enough grass? I'm really hoping I do. That is not encouraging. It is downright not likely. Okay, well that sucks. Yep. Alright, so we're gonna need to go get grass and sticks, so give me that and that. And we can pop down here. Oh, it's fine. Stop whining. Right now, just put all that in there. We'll deal with that later. Okay. Yeah, no, it's when you set it that big, it can be a whole thing. Guys, bring your shears with you when you're on the wood so you can come back with half your inventory of logs and sticks. Yeah, no, if you look at this, like... Yeah, so we've had to go... That's about 400. Yeah, so we had about 400 each direction to get to our proper islands. And then the continent, we got lucky and found like a proper continent. About 1,000. I can make a beehive kiln? Yeah, no, I need to do that. I actually have the door, but I need the refractory bricks. So I want to get the refractory for the steel going, and then we'll start working on a beehive kiln. But yeah, no, we definitely need to do both. Oh, we have an extra storage room down below. It doesn't have a light, so they're just down in there. Oh, get me out of the hole! Okay. Rual almost died, but that's the price the viewers are willing to pay. Yeah, I heard it was the drifter on the right, and then I heard something else that I couldn't quite make it out. And that's when I saw the bear, and I tried to get the hit on it. It hit me first. And then I tried to recover where I could just run away and just, you know, almost died for it. Ooh, use a chunky bear. So we're just gonna close that door for a second. They definitely don't want to accidentally freeze to death. Because they got like no life. Oh, not the right one. There we go. Made ourselves some quick leather. See death by a million pebbles? Yeah, no, got just straight up ambushed by the bear. But with that, we're going to go ahead and get our protein up a little bit. Nothing like eating an entire bear in one sitting to put a little protein into the system. I was at 1 hit point. Like less than a hit point, because I forgot they do decimal on this one. We did get a couple sticks. Put you away for right now. Alright. You are what you eat. I'm a bear. Okay. Well, I do think this is as good as any place for us to be wrapping up, because we're going to be just sitting here waiting, because what I was going to do is cut up a bunch of twigs and all that stuff, so we could do the refractory bricks and all that. But once we did that, it's going to be like waiting a full day for those to all get done. But with that said, it looks like we're doing pretty good. First of all, if you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following, don't forget to drop a follow, that way you can find your way back here in the future. Let's see, with a bear, I thought we were bear hunting. And that scythe is some late game uber weapon. No, it's for cutting grass. No, it was for cutting grass. Literally, I don't even get hurt a bear. But yeah, so with that said, we're going to be wrapping up here. I'm going to go ahead and get a raid out to other people. But yeah, no, it's definitely been a productive day. We were like, okay, the big goal is to get Borax so we can take the next step towards steel. And like the very first thing we did is I went to one next island and found Borax just laying on the ground. And it wasn't a big mine. It was only about a stack and a half. We got that immediately. So that's really good. And then we've literally got the start of the building we actually make the steel in. And that's just what we're working on now, is just refractory bricks. That it's something like 67 blocks, not bricks, blocks. And it's something like 4 or 6 bricks per block or whatever it is. But once I get that built, literally we just put the stuff in the box, seal it closed, and then light a fire underneath it, and then we just got to keep that fire running for a good while. It's a length of time. I think ultimately, if you were to, be doing a big thing, you'll want like 2 of them, but then that's a lot of fire clay. That is a big expense, which is one of the reasons why you want to go out of your way to get the refractory 3 bricks, so that they last as long as possible. Because the big bottleneck is going to be your fire clay, versus olivine is not hard to get, quartz is not hard to get, titanium's not particularly hard to get, but the fire clay is a little bit of a pain in the butt. Now with that said, what's going to end up happening here is we're going to be raiding out here in a minute. I do wonder if I'm going to be playing this or Project Zomboid or something else tomorrow. We'll definitely be back at 7 p.m. EST tomorrow. I've just been waffling on what I want to play for the next one. We do have a poll going on the Discord if you want to weigh in on that poll. It's not a thing where the highest thing automatically wins, that's what we're playing, but it does let me kind of get information being like, hey, if a bunch of people are voting for this game, there's pretty good chance I'll be playing that game unless I specifically have a reason I don't want to or whatever. And just the same of it, if there's a game that is really not getting voted for, that can be a sign that maybe I pass on it. But with that said, what I'm going to go ahead and do is, if you're over on the YouTube side, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will be abruptly ending for you. I don't have a host planned over there, but thank you so much for tuning in. And for those who are over here on the Twitch side, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and seeing who I can find to drop a raid on. But yeah, no, I've been enjoying Vintage Story.